1, 2, 3. Okay, are you there? Okay, I'm ready to go. Okay.
Let's get organized.
Live from the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston, Texas, this is the Bunker Bob Show live, broadcasting live from the
Members would like to call the committee to order.
from the Legislative Priorities Committee meeting, and it is great to have you this evening. The committee has just come back from dinner and are now ready to take testimony from citizens, from delegates, about the legislative priorities. They've chosen 15, and today, if you were with me earlier, they spent most of their time going through and rewording and massaging the wording and the titles of each one of those legislative priorities. This is so it's been many days, many late nights, and tonight we're going to have about an hour and a half, as the chair told me, of testimony from delegates. And so with that, I am going to hand it over to the chair and to the committee, and so you can listen in on this testimony. Glad to have you here with me today.
I bet the one that says Blackbeard's has the number. I bet the business one does. But believe me, didn't pay for this business. Although I did use my husband's credit card, maybe he gave me the wrong card. I didn't pay attention. I don't know.
People are assembling, and the committee is about to start. Here we go. The chair is ready to go.
The Legislative Priorities Committee will now come to order. Members, I'd like to just, again, anybody that's walked in who does not have their credentials yet, your credentials are up here. If you already have your credentials, then again, you can get your souvenir copy of your credentials. These are
just that you're registered, right?
Get your registered. Now, have you gotten yours yet? Because if not, okay. There you go. Okay, members, let me kind of go through the evening very quickly. What we're going to do is I have to file our report for our temporary committee by 10 p.m. tonight. So what we're going to do is for about an hour and a half or so, we're going to take public testimony on the items that have made the top 15. On the items that have made the top 15 is where today will be our testimonies. I have in my hand around 40 individuals that have signed up. So I would like to, since these are all topics we have discussed, what I'd like to do is give each of those members individuals who would like to testify 2 minutes. And then again, since they're all current topics, no questions from the committee at this time. We'll take the testimony and no questions. And then after that, after committee, then we will go over as a committee of the whole. And what I'd like to do, and this is going to give you time to think through it, I'd like to offer each of the members of the committee 3 minutes of time. You don't have to take all 3 minutes to speak to the committee on the emphasis of one of the topics, not necessarily giving us your 1 through 15 ranking, but if there's something that you're passionate about that you like to speak to in that 3 minutes just from our seats, to be able to share with the rest of the committee where we might, your position or your stance on something near and dear to your heart. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can we speak about more than one topic as long as we don't exceed 3 minutes?
That's correct. That's correct. And I have a feeling that's going to be coming. Okay. Yes, you may speak on more than one topic within the 3 minutes. And then finally, we will have another survey that will come out from Shelby Williams, that will be a final ranking survey that we will do as a temporary committee, and then that will be the report that I submit to the party. Right after our deliberation, it'll be sent out, and then we'll take that final tally. Question here and then here.
Do we not have to consider a permanent committee that we can vote on before we move forward?
The permanent committee will meet tomorrow.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I thought matters of general security, permanent committee, just the temporary committee, I thought my work would be formally permanent.
Correct. So tomorrow, our work, I have to submit a report of the temporary committee. And then tomorrow, we will convene, the members that will be elected in your SDs will then convene as the permanent committee, and we will take up and consider everything again before the filing of the permanent committee report. Thank you. Yes.
Two things. One on this topic. Again, I'm new. Are we chosen back to be on the permanent committee, or?
Your SDs will have an opportunity to send you back to the permanent committee or replace you.
How do they'll let me know?
Trust me, they'll let you know.
Second question.
Yes.
Do we know any more about Sean and his baby?
Sean is actually back.
Really?
Yes, he is. He just shared with me that he's doing better, and he said he was going to be reporting back to the committee. Okay.
Praise the Lord.
Amen. Amen. And just for the audience and for anybody who's watching, we are preparing where we are currently in our rankings, and it'll be made public where we are currently in our rankings, and then after we go through this evening and our final decisions, then we'll post that report as our final temporary as well, just to let the public and the delegates stay informed. And for those who testify, again, we're going to be limiting to 2 minutes. I believe SD 31, Teresa Beckmeyer, will be your timer. Yes. Correct. We're limiting today to the topics that are currently in the top 15. Yes, sir. I'm here. Am I still what? Yes, we're allowing sign-ups for testimony, but we might not get to you, but we would definitely receive sign-ups for testimony. We hope to get to as many as we can in the time allotted. With that, the chair calls Jorge Landavar.
Sir, point of information.
Yes.
Do we ask any questions at all, or is this just listening?
Yes. No, yes, just listening. Excuse me? Correct.
If they're asking us to do that, can we ask them questions about the language they want?
I will ask them to provide that information to us.
There's a
at this
couple
point.
really good experts on the things we've done in the office.
Yes, and no, I got it. Forgive me. Forgive me.
Howdy,
Thank
Jorge
you.
Landivar, SD9. So, y'all met yesterday and you talked about property taxes and you talked about several other things, specifically about property taxes. I'm not sure we want to specify something quite as specific as, we should have consumption taxes to be the answer. I know that the body was very adamant the time before last go round that we wanted to make sure it wasn't an income tax. But I think the legislature should be free to make some choices here and there. I know that some people were a little worried about consumption tax because they're afraid it might be a VAT. It's a different thing than a VAT, but still it kind of scared some people. That's what I want to say there. Also, about the parental rights and, what do you call it, 50-50 split for divorce cases. I think that the plan with having a 50-50 split as the default, I think that's
Yes,
a great...
that is not in our
It didn't make
top,
the 15?
top 15.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, in that case, I'll just talk about the property taxes. Thank you. I think it's super important now to we get rid of property taxes in the state. Inflation is very, very high and will continue to climb. Property inflation has gotten insane. This is something that's affecting all of us, and I don't think that the proposals that the legislature has offered so far would really does anything to really help the problem. We have to figure out a way so that we're paying a reasonable amount instead of paying an ever increasing amount of money far, far above what our incomes are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The chair calls Casey Jason. Casey Jason. Chair call. We need to turn that. We need to turn that on. Yes, we're going to post the top 15 up here behind me so that you'll know the items that we're on. Speak now. Chair calls James Collison. James Collison. Chair calls Roy. Oh, I'm sorry, James.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, James.
SD1, James Collison. I'm here to speak on the Second Amendment. You have language on the Second Amendment that is beautiful language. They composed it, makes your heart thrum, and remind you that this is Texas. But in addition to the beautiful language, there's not a specific ask. There's nothing that you are asking to have changed. What you specifically say is, hold the line. Don't give up the Second Amendment. There's nothing wrong with that. I support that 100%. My question for the esteemed committee is, should there be, in addition to holding the line, something specific that we ask for? The Gaines County person that testified the other day and emailed you their language, they did not pass it as a priority, but they did pass it for platform planks, suggested several items that are a little more radical than holding the line, such as nullify the 1934 National Firearms Act. This would allow 2-year-olds to carry fully automatic weapons. So if you do put that into the Second Amendment plank, be aware, it's a radical change. You could ask for something not so radical, gun-free zones, something related to hotel carry, something related to sales tax on ammo being tax exempt in Texas. I don't have a specific request for you because it would depend on what the committee thinks would be the best thing for guns here in Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Thank you. The chair calls Roy Geffen or Gettin. The chair calls Crystal Maine. Crystal Maine. Chair calls George Porter. George Porter. Chair calls Judy DeHaan. Thank you. Chair calls Richard, excuse me, Richard Bonner. Richard Bonner.
Thank you for being here and allowing us to give our testimony. And I'm here with Convention of States. I want to talk a little bit about Convention of States and why I think it's important. Article 5 gives us two ways to propose amendments to the Constitution. One of them is Congress, 2/3 of both houses of Congress, when they vote to propose amendments. That's one method. The other method is with Convention of States, which is the people. We, the people, get to decide this. Go through our state legislatures, and when you get to the convention, each state has one vote. And then after that comes out, it goes out of the convention, goes back to the states, and Congress will determine whether it will be from the legislature deciding or whether it will be a state convention to decide what the ratification process is from the states. Then the states will ratify whichever amendments they want, and then that will become an amendment to the Constitution. I think everybody understands that Washington is broken, and we need to have the states to pick the proper people to be our commissioners. And understand that's not going to solve all of our problems, but I think we can get a good handle on what Washington is doing and get them to follow our Constitution as written by the Founding Fathers. So I think we need to keep the Convention of States in Texas so that other states will see that we're still strong and will follow us. And then
Thank you, sir.
we will be able to get to the, hopefully we'll get the convention going.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Yes,
your
sir.
testimony.
Thank you again.
Chair calls Teresa Thomas. Teresa Thomas. Chair calls Deborah Simmons.
Hello, Deborah Simmons, SD24. I want to thank you all again for the language that you're looking at for Stop Sexualizing Texas Children. I'd like to propose a couple of word changes. First of all, the word kids to children, very important. And I've just emailed all of you the language that I would suggest is repeal Texas Penal Code 4324 defenses which justify the sale, distribution, or display of harmful materials to a child. Again, referencing what the law says, as you did in the second part, and 4325 defenses which justify sexual performance by a child. And then you have a second sentence, in addition, prohibit teaching, exposure, and or discussion of sexual matters, mechanics, feelings, orientation, or gender identity issues. and prohibit use or provision of related books and other materials or conduct, period. The next sentence would be appropriate to say these prohibitions shall be enforced using criminal, civil. You had the word or other enforcement. I would say and other enforcement, because otherwise they'll just choose one of them and say they did this, while giving the state and private citizens a right to sue with expedited enforcement and waiving all immunities. So that's some language I sent to you. The other concern that I have is that there was some discussion that we heard that there may have been some discussion about Bill of Rights for parents. I would caution against ever using the word Bill of Rights for parents, because that list is too long to list. And we should never have an enumerated list, just like the Founding Fathers debated in the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers over whether we should even have a Bill of Rights. Our rights as parents are God-given and unalienable, and we will not abdicate those to anyone. So please do not do an enumerated list, and do not support those that do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Rachel Hale. Rachel Hale. Chair recognizes Alexei Swartsky.
Yes, I'm Alexei Swirsky. I worked for all 3 special sessions as a citizen, not for pay, to help pass the bill by Valerie Swanson, No Males and Girls Sports in high school and junior high in Texas. It only passed by 1 vote, but I'm so thrilled we got to protect our girls. I had 3 girls play basketball. They were on homeschool teams, but they played public schools and private school teams, and if there had been a boy on the floor playing, I would not have let them play. They could have easily been way too injured with lifelong injury playing basketball with bigger, taller boys. The reasons this should be a priority is sports. Our society idolizes sports. I'm a sports fan, and it will set trends, as it already seemed to do, and it's escalating. Girls are being bullied on teams to not speak up about not liking males on their teams, like swim teams, etc. Girls will lose scholarships. They can't compete with boys who are bigger, faster, and stronger, no matter what the boys have done to their bodies. And in fact, it's not unusual for boys to get a birth certificate altered by a judge here in Texas saying that they're a girl without having to do anything, no drugs, nothing. And the judge will change it. So then they can go compete on a girls' team if that will be allowed. Many colleges and schools in Texas will lose money, as who wants to go to a game that's supposed to be for girls or a tournament and it's half boys or even 1 boy? I pay good money. I've traveled to 3 Southeast Conference women's basketball tournaments in Little Rock, Arkansas, Nashville, Jacksonville, Florida, even airfare to Jacksonville, Florida. Took 1 or 2 of my daughters with me. As you can see, we're big girls college basketball fans. I wouldn't go if there were some of the team were boys. What's the point of that? So cities and colleges in Texas would lose money for, I think most people would be like me, if it's supposed to be a girls' team, they're not going to pay if it's got boys on it. That doesn't make sense. I also usually travel from Houston to College Station to watch A&M girls basketball games. That's my favorite team. And I'm not going up there and paying travel money and gas money and eat out at a nice restaurant with my daughters that I bring with me. College Station and A&M will lose money. We may also lose our female athletes to college in other states, such as Arkansas and Louisiana, that have passed laws prohibiting males from playing on girls' sports teams. So, because they won't get a scholarship and can't be on the team here, or they don't want to be injured.
Ma'am, we limited to 2 minutes, and I believe we called time.
Thank you very much. Our Texas girls deserve to play only with Texas girls in college. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Yes. Yes, a reminder to please share your name and your SD. That was 15.
Can they share the topic about speaking about?
Your name, your SD, and your topic, please, and that won't count against your time, and then your time will begin after that. The chair calls Jonathan Covey.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jonathan Covey. I'm from SD5. And I honestly had forgotten I had my name on the list at this point, but I will say that I really appreciate Save Women's Sports being in the top 15. I hope that we can continue to move it up. This is an incredibly important issue. Men have physiological advantages over women in sports, and especially now that we've gotten high school sports covered in the legislature, we need to go on and get women's college sports complete this following session. So we need to be able to show our legislators that this is an important issue, that we haven't given up on it. And I honestly think that this may be the last opportunity that we get. So we need to make sure that we have this on the list of legislative priorities. I appreciate all the hard work that all of you have done, but this is an incredibly important issue, and I hope that it continues to move up in the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Kim Rowland. Kim Rowland. Chair calls Christiana Keeler. Christiana Keeler. The chair calls Mike Brenster, or no. Okay. The chair calls Gerald Welty. Gerald Welty. The chair calls Susan Chamberlain.
Hi, my name is Shelby Susan Chamberlain, and I'm from SD1. And I would like to say, I know that y'all all have a very hard job. As just recently becoming a precinct chair, I know it's kind of crazy going through things. But I wanted to just say that Conventions of States is a volunteer grassroots organization done by nothing but volunteers. I also want to say thank y'all very much for moving it up into the 15 top priorities, and I hope that y'all will keep it going there. And I just wanted to appreciate it because we work very hard teaching everybody how to get involved. We work with other organizations. We're a very good Christian organization. And we have 1,500 delegates here at this convention that I personally know of. So we got a really good support, and we usually support all you guys in your jobs. And I just wanted to say thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, usually. I have to say that because in my house district, we're the ones who censored Patty. So, you know, there are some people that we don't get, that I don't personally get along with. But,
Thank you.
Don't put her on the
Thank you for your
spot.
testimony, ma'am.
I plead fifth.
The chair calls Melissa Beckett.
Thank you very much. Melissa Beckett, SD1. Debbie was up here just a minute ago. I am in full support of her language on the obscenity, or sorry, Save Texas, Stop Sexualizing Texas Children. I also would like to comment on the work you did on the educational freedom and parental rights. I'd like to encourage you for that first sentence to go back to all decisions and all matters and not try to enumerate them, because you have to remember what the left is going to do. If we enumerate them, they will find the one that isn't enumerated and they're going to go after my children. Please do all matters, all decisions in some fashion, and then please make sure to keep the enforcement measures at the bottom. I don't know if it should be civil, criminal, and/or other matters. What I'd like to make sure we're protected from is right now, our only option is to go through the TEA and the school districts. We need an option outside of that. So if the OR allows them to just go in that lane, we haven't accomplished anything. We need, as parents, to be able to go outside of that lane. So please make sure your wording includes that. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Is it possible to have, when somebody comes up to speak, the program they want to speak about up on the screen? So we can have the verbiage with their up there. Is that possible?
I think for the sake of time, for us to have each one grabbed and posted, it's going to eat up our time for the. Yeah. The chair calls Jamie Haynes, and then Erica Hatfield is on deck. Jamie Haynes. Left. The chair calls, excuse me, the chair calls Erica Hatfield and Melissa Weekly. No, Erica Hatfield. I'll get on deck, please.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Again, we just want to say thank you. I don't know if there's much more to say. We are fighting the fight right now that the platform committee has removed the plank, and we're fighting to put it back with the same language.
Your topic, please.
Sorry, Convention of States, SD2. Sorry, SD2. Thank you. Yeah. So, so we appreciate your support, and if you could help us with the platform committee, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Did everybody understand what she was just saying?
Yes.
What's going on?
That means we need to go testify at the platform committee.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood.
Does anybody not understand?
What is she saying?
Okay. Shall I explain in brief?
Very quickly.
Okay, very quickly. Earlier today, the platform committee removed the Convention of States plank from the platform. Based on Rule 34C, the priorities that are submitted to the convention floor to vote on, any legislative priorities have to correspond to an item in the platform, which means if it remains removed from platform, then it invalidates the work we've done thereof in legislative priorities. On that item, the work we've done in pursuit of that item in legislative priorities, not the entire legislative priorities platform.
Clarification. Well, point of information, Shelby, do you know if there's going to be a minority report?
I assume there would be if it makes it to the convention floor without, but that's a heavy hurdle, and that did happen last convention.
Yes.
The opportunity is when the permanent committee meets tomorrow, there will be another opportunity to put it back into the platform. If, in fact, it doesn't make it at that point, then a minority report would then be required on the floor.
So, Mr. Chairman, help me because I'm new. She said it would help her with the platform.
Yeah, I think, in that light, plenty of colleagues to help. In this next section that I have names and SDs, but I don't have a topic. So if I call your name and the topic isn't up, would you please let us know so we can move on? Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. We have a member of the platform committee who had signed up to speak, but they're ending their recess for dinner. If Tom Glass could be allowed to speak soon.
Yes. Chair recognizes Tom Glass.
Thank you. Shelby asked me to come talk about platform committee and whether or not I was on the finance committee that did property tax related stuff. We slightly modified the abolition of property tax plank. And he was asking, is that in conflict with what is happening here? I will tell you, my law professor at U of H Law Center told me, before you talk about anything, you should put your beady little eyes on the document. And I have not, it wasn't until just a few minutes ago that I saw the proposed language that you guys have. And I don't have in front of me, I've got it in my laptop, but I don't have it up. I have the language that we came out, but I think I can remember it. I also have not looked at the rule that talks about how close, to figure out how close we have to track. Let me just say, we kept the abolition of property tax plank in the platform, and so it's there. But one of the things we did is we tried to high grade it. We tried to be less prescriptive and give more latitude to the legislature in achieving the objective. The only prescription we left in the plank was that you couldn't replace it with an income tax. There was in the current platform, they suggested that it be done with a consumption tax, okay? And we said, let's not be that prescriptive. It may be the TPPF plan that is part of the solution that gets rid of it without having to raise any taxes, at least part of the way. So we want to give the legislature flexibility to do that. So we took a suggestion out of the plank that you do a consumption tax, knowing that that was an option still available to them, okay? Now, what I saw a minute ago is that your language is fairly prescriptive in terms of do it with a consumption tax. Now, I don't know in terms of this rule about being in sync, in my opinion, that rule ought to be read very broadly and not construed very narrowly. We don't have to have exactly the same things. So as I understand it now, without having read the rule, it's my opinion that we're good in terms of the rule and not being in conflict. I will say that the Platform Committee and the Legislative Priorities Committee, it appears to me, in terms of the current wording that the priority is doing, is being more prescriptive than the platform is because it requires that consumption tax. And I guess as a delegate, now not wearing my Platform Committee hat, as a delegate, I mean, I love the legislative priorities process. In fact, I asked to be on this body because I think you're a more important committee than what I am. But I think, you know, this is the group that really does give instructions to the legislature. And the question I guess you guys as a body have to figure out is how prescriptive are you in your plank? And how broad a latitude? Do you give the goal with more latitude, or are you very prescriptive? And so I guess there's another angle to this, and that is if you get too prescriptive with your priority, and if you don't have consensus of the delegates about the way to accomplish your objective, you may actually not, the priority may not make it to the top 8. So I guess as a delegate, I would urge, and because I do want to abolish tax, and I do want it to be one of the top 8, I guess I would urge this body to remove some of the prescriptive language about consumption tax, maybe do a prohibition on income tax, the way our plank does, but leave it a little bit more generic to give give it a better chance for the priority to make it at the top 8. So that's my feedback. I'm happy to take questions. I don't know if that's the process, what your process is.
I'll simply say that I did read the rules, and it says, quote, legislative priorities shall be for specific changes, additions, or deletions from the law that directly support the platform and the core values of the Republican Party of Texas. So it doesn't say how closely the language has to match, but it does say it has to correspond to the platform and the principles.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Seems to me
You're on.
Seems to me the obvious solution to this paradox is to change the rule, because I can foresee two independent bodies arriving at two different decisions on matters. In fact, it would be unlikely that you would expect them to always be in sync.
I believe the rule gives us the latitude to not actually have the exact wording and gives us the opportunity. In fact, I think it says to be a little bit more prescriptive and descriptive in this body, in this committee versus the platform committee. So I think we're okay in that interpretation.
That's my read of this, yes.
Well, it seems to me quite simply that the better solution long-term is to change the rule, deleting it, because I can easily foresee many circumstances where this would be a problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm reading off of the standing rules that were passed last convention, the applicable rules right now. I don't know what may have come out of the Rules Committee today, but they would not take effect unless voted on by the convention floor on Saturday.
Howdy, delegates out there. I want to let y'all know that I have this document with the language on the website. If you will go to texasgop.org/2022 State Convention, really easy to get there. Your link for this document, if you scroll down and see our ugly mug. Oh, I'm sorry, that's your ugly mug, sorry. You'll see the link down there under legislative priorities. So bring that up and yeah, give us your feedback.
Thank you very much. The chair calls Joseph Villarreal. No, I misspoke. Her topic is not in our 15. So Joseph Villarreal. The chair calls Marina Munoz. The chair calls Holly Plemons. We'll come back. The chair calls Jennifer Fleck.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Fleck. I'm from SD 25. I'm speaking to the Stop Sexualizing Our Children, the obscenity exemption. I helped write the language that Debbie already submitted to all of you via email. Just wanted to give you some justification for making those minor changes. They're important. In the law right now, there is a defense for sale and distribution of harmful material to children, and the defenses include scientific, educational, governmental, and other similar justification. Other is not defined in the law. It's way too broad. In your draft right now, it only talks about under the guise of education. In the draft I've submitted to you, I would say all of those defenses need to be eliminated, not just education. In the next section on 4325, it talks about a sexual performance by a child. It includes a bona fide defense for education, medical, psychological, psychiatric, judicial, law enforcement, and legislative purpose. Again, all of those defenses need to be stricken because there's just no reason for any of those bodies to require a sexual performance by a child. So I've modified your language to include all defenses, not just under the guise of education. In addition, at the bottom, I included criminal, civil, and other enforcement measures while giving the state and private citizens a right to sue. I think it's important that private citizens and the state, potentially the Attorney General, be given concurrent jurisdiction so that any of us can bring an action. And then also I included expedited enforcement. A lot of times when harm is to a child, we don't have time for this year-long process that the school districts want to drag us through. And so there are places in the law, including, for instance, Texas Election Code 262, where it gives us an expedited process. You know, you have 5 days instead of 10 days, and you have, 15 days instead of 30 days. So an expedited process. And then also waiving all immunities. The school districts know that they have sovereign immunity, governmental immunity. So I would ask that these actions, that immunity would be waived. In addition, all of that, Debbie and Melissa talked about not creating a parent bill of rights. Again, I agree, we should not enumerate parental rights. It should be all matters, all decisions, all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a general comment?
You have a question or?
I'd just like to make a general comment to the crowd. What an excellent testimony. Please keep in mind, we're not writing legislation. I think everything she said was great. We need once we get this through, for her to follow it and add that wording to it. But we don't want to load ours down with legislation per se.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Amy Super.
Good evening, Amy Super, SD10. I'm speaking in reference to educational freedom and parental rights. I'm going to suggest, as I did earlier today, first I'll give you a little quick proverb. Do not attempt to cure what you do not fully understand. Anywhere within your legislative priorities where you've put banning of critical race theory and SEL, you need to rewrite it and simply insert the banning of the praxis, Praxis. Praxis is theory put into practice. This is what they're interweaving into our schools. CRT, the theory, they're not teaching that in K through 12 schools. They are teaching the tenets. They're interweaving it into every single subject matter there is. If we want to continue to have parents and community members show up at board meetings and hold up signs that say ban critical race theory, we lose credibility every single time with people who are subject matter experts on this, who know full and well the theory's not being taught. But if we, as a party, can have within our platform of legislative priorities the proper wording, we might gain a little bit more respect from folks that actually know what they're talking about. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm Holly Clemens. You guys called me. I was in the bathroom. Can I go ahead and go?
Yes, the chair calls Holly Clemens.
Hi, I'm Holly Clemens, SD10, and I'm here to talk to you guys about educational freedom and parental rights. In regards to vouchers and the money following the child, I saw where you put the wording in there with no strings attached. My problem with that is with public education, we all know that it's become unbelievably corrupt, it's not doing its job, all the things. And those kids with the vouchers that are going to have to go to public school because their parents aren't going to be able to afford the next level up for charter or for private or whatever that is, what about those kids? What about the low-income kids? And what's going to happen to public school? I know a lot of people say if you do this with public school, it's going to force competition. I'm in Fort Worth ISD. It's a huge district, about 75,000 kids. And dropping every single day. They've lost 10,000 kids. They don't care. They still have so much money. They don't care if you sue them. I sued them. They don't care. They don't care about any of those things because they still have so much money. But what about those kids that are there, that are 100% not being educated? We have seniors that are graduating that absolutely cannot read and write. There is no greater form of racism than that, and we have to educate these kids. We can't just create another system that is going to be corrupt, especially under the hands of Mike Morath right now, who's a Democrat appointed by Abbott. This isn't a government that I trust right now to handle this, and I would prefer to focus on fixing public education than creating another public education system and calling it vouchers. The other thing I'd like to say is for educational freedom and parental rights to be number 14, there is nothing more important right now in this entire country and for our party than our children. They are absolutely turning our children into leftists and into Democratic voters. It needs to be higher up. Thank you.
Thank you.
just a quick point of that. This is in no particular order. We haven't made an order just yet, but we will be getting to that soon.
Chair calls Carrie. Thank you.
I thought it was going to be Carrie Underwood.
Hi, Carrie Raymeyer, SD9. I was going to speak about the educational freedom, but the thing I wanted fixed got fixed. So I don't know the wording of the Convention of the States, and I understand the woman who came up here from Platform and said it's been removed, so it can't be a legislative priority. Is that correct? Right. So I just want to encourage who's ever on the permanent committee tomorrow to never have that as a part of our platform. No matter how much they say, the people that advocate for it, it cannot be limited. And I certainly don't want our current Congress rewriting our Constitution. I can't think of anything scarier. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Chair calls Mary Lowe.
Hi, I'm Mary Lowe, SD12, and I'm going to iterate several things that have already been said, and just for sake of time, I want to iterate the importance of the sexuality bill that you have. It would protect. It is very imperative that you be very specific. The women who have already testified have given you excellent guidance there, and any variation from that continues to put the children at risk. My second concern is that anything that we do that identifies or gives a parent a right can only be then taken away. I do not like the terminology that it's a parent's right. The purpose of this is to identify that the government, whether it be at the local school level or a counselor, cannot be making decisions that belong to parents in the form of false education, such as therapeutic education, which is where we're headed. And I understand that Mr. Puente says we're not, that these are not bills and that we have to follow this on the floor. We're working so desperately right now to defend parents' rights and to protect children through education. For anybody to say that you have to go and do it there when just a few words changed or altered and being specific help us to not be sent away. It's heartbreaking and it's crushing to be told that those few words can't be added. I wasn't here earlier this week because I was at SBOE. I cannot tell you the disaster that is happening and how urgent it is that we be specific with what we're doing that protect families. When the family's gone, the country's gone. And the family's under attack by the education system. Take the time, be specific, and listen to what parents are telling you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Cindy Najira. Cindy Najera.
I thought that was her.
Mr. Chair, since my name was called out, may I say something?
No, because then it might be called out again.
That ain't how you run his business.
Yeah.
Chair calls Lauren Landivar.
Lauren, is this working? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Lauren Landivar, SD9, and I would like to talk about property tax, eliminate property tax. Okay, all right. So I also am not really a fan of talking about the consumption tax, and I would like to see that go. For me personally, though, I don't want to see us trying to replace a tax. I don't, like, we are already taxed, have the Dickens taxed out of us. I don't want repeal and replace. I want just repeal, get rid of a tax. Let's not kick this can down the road any further. Let's make the legislature balance the budget. Let's tell them, no, you do not get any more money. Find it because you're getting billions. We should not be saying, oh, let's just pull a little bit less out of these poor homeowners, out of these people who already have so many taxes. So I would like to see that just go away. The only other things that I can say is actually I really feel like abolish abortion should be at the top of the list when we get to ordering things. Just life should be the first thing on there. I'm here for property tax, but abolish abortion is also pretty close to my heart, and I would like to see that, like, life be like something that you send a strong message that that is the most important thing that we can ever be talking about in our party. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Tracy Shannon.
Thank you, Tracy Shannon, Senate District 4. I would like to speak about the gender identity plank. It needs to be strengthened to include social transition and rejecting all attempts to legitimize gender identity. Nearly 100% of children who are socially transitioned by their therapists in their schools go on to take puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, and surgery. The state should not come into agreement with a lie, and we need to ban doctors, therapists, schools, counselors, educators from socially transitioning kids. And we need a law, we should call on a law banning government records, IDs, vital records, historical records from reflecting gender identity. And doing that piece, adding that piece would actually solve that priority you have there, save women's sports, because if people couldn't change their identity and records, they wouldn't be able to get into the female sports. The other piece is to stop sexualizing kids. Please add adult entertainers for prohibiting adult entertainers for children, such as drag shows and drag queens for minors in any venue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Kevin Witt.
Kevin Witt, SD8. And I also would just like to say that I think that I see that you have added social transitioning to the ban gender modification for children, and that it's very important that it stays there. It cannot leave there. All children that are socially transitioned are put on the pathway to transition completely. And I will just provide you an example. My gender therapist, whenever I was trans, wrote a letter. This letter is to certify that Kevin Witt, also known as Dominique, is a transsexual woman. She is currently in psychological therapy for gender transition. Treatment requires that the client present as female as much as possible. Therefore, she should be treated with respect and afforded all privileges and rights of a female. And she is a licensed professional counselor. She's calling this therapy and treatment for a man to dress like a woman. And so that is why there's all gender therapists only provide affirmative care. They will only affirm you in your gender dysphoria. They will not counsel you away from it. So this is why it's very important that it stays there. Last session we did not have that language, and so we just need to keep that. Also, to add what Tracy said, that I think that Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids should include, I don't know the language for it, but it definitely should include minors attending drag shows, especially in bars and nightclubs and things like this. We all saw probably what happened in Dallas just recently. There was minors 5 and 6 years old in a gay nightclub where drag queens performing had prostitution charges drug dealing charges, and they're performing for children with a big sign lit up that says it's not going to lick itself. That is not appropriate for kids, and we have to stop that in the state of Texas. We are supposed to be, Texas is supposed to be the conservative mecca of the country. Yes. Bye.
The chair calls Clint Stutz.
Clint Stutz, SD3. I just want to dovetail off of Tom Glass's testimony from earlier. I think the eliminate property tax priority needs to be moved back to less specific language, like what can be found in Plank 178. We're telling legislators what we want done, not exactly how to do it. I've also been in rules all week long, and today the SD6 member said something to the effect of, we need legislators and the SREC to work together on crafting the legislation pertaining to our priorities. We don't do that here. We have to find a way to get them involved in that respect. Another problem is that the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker of the House all publish a list of their priorities after we publish ours, and their list never matches ours. So that's a big problem. So I think being too prescriptive in our language will be detrimental in getting any of our electeds on board, because many of them already hate it that we have our own priorities, and they sure don't want to be told how to carry out our priorities. So maybe it's a pride thing, I don't know. So please change that language back to the general language of Plank 178. And with my remaining time, I want to talk about that CRT language on praxis that Amy Super was talking about. My wife is a kindergarten teacher, and she had to take a training all year long this past school year called Texas Reading Academies. That was praxis. That was some evil stuff. And that indoctrinates your teachers, and if she didn't know what was going on, she would have been following those things and passing that on to her kids. And that is a required training that our Republican legislature passed. That's praxis. That's how they get into its roots into your kids. Okay? And with that, I'm finished. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Joe Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Joe Palmer, SD9. I have some new information. I wanted to attempt to give clearer answers to the questions that were asked by the committee members yesterday. Number one, would the state take over administration of I'm speaking on the elimination of the property tax system. First question was, would the state take over the administration of a consumption tax? The answer is the current system of a locally elected tax assessor collector handling this function would remain unchanged under a consumption tax. The second question, what is your opinion of a value-added tax? I think essentially the question was, are we proposing a value-added tax in replacement of the property tax system? We are opposed to the implementation of a compounding VAT as a replacement to the current system, and this model is not a necessary path as an alternative. How would it affect local or small special interest districts like the Gulf Coast Protection District? Our goal is to eliminate the entire property tax system. Any entities currently relying on property tax would begin to rely on some other levy, such as a consumption tax. The new main point I want to make with you all today is relating to a point that was made yesterday, that we would be looking at a 20 to 23% sales tax as an alternative to the property tax system. This is inaccurate. No one is proposing a sales tax. The important thing to know about a consumption tax is that it is a much broader tax that encompasses things that are not currently taxed under a sales tax. In simple terms, if you take the total GDP of the state of Texas, which was approximately $1.8 trillion last year, and you reduce the 70% of that number, if you tax 7% of that 70%, you actually come out with $3 billion more in levy than you currently get. So it's more money for schools, more money for cops, more money for roads than we currently get. And again, it is a more efficiently levied system because there is no need for a protest. You agreed to the valuation at the time of purchase. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Maureen Ball.
Hello, good evening. I'm Maureen Ball from SD4, and I'm here to talk about the educational freedom and parental rights. I'm a practicing attorney in Montgomery County, and I'm also a previous homeschooling parent. I homeschooled my children from the 2nd grade to the 12th grade. I was very fortunate to be involved in many different homeschool groups and different curriculum. I'm extremely concerned about your current wording on education, where it states the money follows the child. That is the worst thing that you could do for any child in the state of Texas. You would turn a child into a commodity that educational entities and curriculum companies would be fighting themselves so badly to get that child. They consider that child as a number. They want the money for the child. Do not let that happen in Texas. I'm asking you to remove any language that says the money follows the child in any type of education priority. Treating children as a commodity is the current practice in our public school system today. And you have seen how the disaster that has caused. It's a massive problem. Do not add to it. Do not put that language in. A couple of years ago, or 4 years ago, the state was involved with a lot of educational issues. Part of that involved this concept of the money following the child. That legislation created an administrative agency to review curriculum. That was in the proposed legislation. We are not a party of expanding government. As Republicans, we try to limit, to restrict. By adding that clause in there, money follows the child, you're going to be expanding your government. That's not what this party is about.
Time.
Thank you very much. The chair calls Elise Eaton.
Hi, Elise Eaton. I'm with SD7. I'm also a homeschool parent. I homeschooled my 2 youngest children from kindergarten through all the way through college, dual credit at least. As a homeschool parent, I believe strongly in educational freedom, of course, and parental rights. But this is a new liberal progressive idea of tax money following the child to private schools and homeschools threatens educational freedom. The Texas Constitution, as you may know, prohibits tax money going to private schools. Any private school or homeschooler who accepts tax money becomes a de facto public school. We also, there's also big money, as Maureen just said, big money and big data interests that are following our children. They're following this development in Texas, and they are ready and poised to take over. This is their in to get into our private schools and our home schools. They have already taken over our colleges, as we can see from the teachers that are coming out of them. I'm also a certified public school teacher. Our party platform has said for years that all instructional materials should be approved by the State Board of Education. If we believe this as a party, we cannot also urge lawmakers to give away our tax money with no strings attached. How can that even happen? By making money follow the child, we are tying the hands of our legislators. There is simply no conservative way to give government money away with no accountability. Having to use government-approved curriculum and standards does not promote competition or educational freedom. If we want to give money to parents, we should stop taking it from them. The best way to reform property tax is to reduce what the schools are taking. Public schools are spending our money very unwisely, as we have seen in so many ways.
Time.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Amy Hedke.
back to the room just in time. Okay. Amy Hedke, SD22, on school choice. There's that old joke where you can tell what a bill does by looking at its title and assuming the opposite. That's kind of what you guys have done with this educational freedom and parental rights. You took the lowest performing losers in your selection, bundled them all up into a shit box, and put a nasty bow on it that misleads the delegates about what's really happening. You change an actual educational freedom option of giving people their money back, and you instead insert language that is ready to be pushed in this next legislature for something that's going to increase dependency on the government via voucher systems. Lone Star card kind of thing for education. Increase educational entitlement via a program pushed by U.S. Secretary of Education under Bush, No Child Left Behind. You don't need more federal crap in Texas, guys. You need to keep Texas free. This does not do that. And bundling all this stuff into a legislative priority is pretty much the exact opposite of what the whole purpose of the Legislative Priorities Committee was supposed to be doing. Keep it short, keep it simple, keep it sweet, keep this out. The delegates already have enough on their plate without having to wade through misleading crap like this. And when those strings that come with every government program all of a sudden show up in this legislative program that's going to be pushed this year, y'all are going to be back here in 2 years with a millstone around your neck because you enabled and encouraged this kind of stuff in Texas. Don't do that to yourselves. Maintain some sense of pride and dignity. Get rid of this stuff. Go back to an actual freedom, liberty proposal. And yeah, this time out.
Thank you for your testimony.
The way she kept saying Texas, I wonder if she's even from
The chair calls Kristen Blasansi.
That is perfectly okay. It took me 2 years to learn how to pronounce that name correctly. It's Plaisance, Kristen Plaisance, SD4. Okay, so I am going to speak about the election integrity. I love that you guys have that as number one. At the bottom, you have written here, as technology evolves, we encourage the passage of legislation that ensures the security of our elections. Well, the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Defense have all had cybersecurity breaches. How are you going to turn every small school and small church throughout the state of Texas that has turned into a voting precinct into a secure SCIF? You are not. By the time you pass legislation, you're already 2 years behind the technology and 2 years behind the hackers. There is currently no security in our elections. There is no oversight in our elections. The EAC has violated law to pass these certifications for our election equipments. The Secretary of State has violated laws to pass these election certifications. I have 13 pages here of violations from the Secretary of State and local, I guess it's local officials, but I don't think they know they're violating the law. They don't know what the law is. 13 pages of violations just in my own county, and another 7 pages that list all of the certification issues for the last election. So all of that has led to my county has not had a single legal and therefore certifiable election since 2006. At least 35 other counties in this state
have not had a single legal and therefore certifiable election
Time.
since 2009. I encourage you to get rid of the machines. We have to go back to secure paper ballots that are hand counted at every precinct. It's the only way to secure our elections.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we just had someone come in that serves on the Rules Committee, and can he testify real quick and return right back to Rules? It's
Yes.
Harrison Whitaker.
Chair calls Harrison Whitaker.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you for taking the time for my testimony. Want to go ahead and testify on eliminate property tax. So if you could, thank you, I appreciate that. I like this. I am very much in support of some of this. I start to fall out with, and a lot of other delegates I believe would fall out with, replace with a consumption tax, not to include 10% and thus far. So I think that eliminating that part would be great and replacing it with absolutely nothing. I don't think that's for us to decide. I think that's outside of the scope of this body. To eliminate it would be ideal. That is a priority. To replace it with something else, that's something completely out of our line. So I do believe that in that first sentence, but after and replace it with absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Davis Ford.
I'm sorry, I got to pull something back up here regarding your email. Okay, yeah. Davis Ford and CD, or SD, sorry, 24, Temple Belton Clean area. And I'm here to talk about your conundrum with the Convention of States, guys. It's not in the platform anymore. It doesn't need to be in the platform. It sounds like it's something to be really, really good, but it's not. It will be awful. And let me just hit a couple of things. Has there ever been a precedent set to have a convention to amend the Constitution, and the people who go to that convention wad up the Constitution, throw it in the trash, and write a whole new Constitution? Has there ever been a precedent set to do that? Yeah, that's exactly what the Founding Fathers did. We had the Articles of Confederation, wasn't working. They were sent there to amend it and just wrote a whole new deal. So they set the precedent. Has there ever been a precedent set to place limits on the delegates? You can only do this and this, but you can't do that. They get to the convention, wad that up, throw it in the trash. Yeah, Founding Fathers set that precedent too. Here's one that'll really grab you in the britches, and that is, has there ever been a precedent set to just change the way that we ratify any changes to the Constitution in a constitutional convention, Article 5 convention, or whatever you want to call it? Yes, the Founding Fathers did that too. We were operating under the Articles of Confederation. The rule was 100% of the state legislatures had to approve any changes. Now we're getting a little pushback. I tell you what, let's do. Let's just make it conventions in each state. You can just have people have conventions like we are here. 3/4 of the people, 3/4 of the states approve, and presto, you got an approved Constitution. Yeah, so the Founding Fathers unilaterally changed, not according to the Constitution they were operating under. They changed how they amended our Constitution, or in this case, replaced it.
Time.
And that's exactly what will happen if you don't take this out. Now, I know you got a chairman who's part of this, so I'm sorry, you need to get off of that.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Mike Deffendahl.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Defendahl, Senate District 25, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Convention of States legislative priority, and I wanted to give you a thank you for the work that you did over at Platform. So the previous speaker spoke about the Constitutional Convention that happened back in the 1700s. So let me give you, as a body, the list of the people who have looked at this process. They haven't just done so willy-nilly. These are the people who have backed with everything that they believe in the Convention of States. And see how you feel about their opinions. Mark Levin, Governor Ron DeSantis, Mark Meadows, Sean Hannity, Senator Rick Santorum, Rick Green, Senator Rand Paul, Ben Shapiro, Dr. James Dobson, Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Jim DeMint. I believe he's our keynote speaker this Friday. Governor Huckabee, Pete Hegseth, Representative Chip Roy, Governor Jindal, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Charlie Kirk, James O'Keefe, Senator Tom Coburn. The list goes on and on. So those people have all looked at this, and a lot of them had concerns at the beginning. They've looked at it, they've researched it, they've saw the reality behind what's going on, and they've signed on for this. So to balance my time, I'd like to say one of the things I'm really glad is on here, and I think is very, very important, is the banning of taxpayer-funded lobbying. When I talk about that to people, I explain that that's kind of like the fountain of all evil that comes at the legislature. You turn that spigot off, and a lot of the other things are going to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chair calls Brent Dunklau.
Brent Dunklau, Senate District 2. I'm in favor of that Convention of States bullet point up there, and I want to swat down a few things here, okay? Because there's a lot of stuff that just isn't true. Congress controls the convention. That's not true, and the courts have actually ruled on this. When the ERA was being batted around, let me tell you what. Let me read you what a U.S. District Court said. They said Congress's power to participate in the amendment process stems solely from Article 5. Congress, outside of the authority in Article 5, has no power to act with regard to an amendment. It even goes further. They say, i.e., it does not retain any of its traditional authority vested in it by Article 1. So you guys can rest assured Congress cannot bully its way into the convention. And honestly, why would 34 states that are meeting because they're mad at Washington care what Washington thinks? Liberty has no expiration date. The Constitution has no expiration date. Neither should the COS resolution. Thank you.
Chair calls Michael Cassidy.
I'm Michael Cassidy from Senate District 5. Here to speak in favor of the Convention of States legislative priority. In this amount of time, obviously, I can't talk about all the details of the Convention of States resolution, and you've probably all heard it before. So my main point to make is that it's critical that this remain a legislative priority, and it's critical we get it back on the platform because we have tremendous support in the state of Texas. We have roughly 220,000 petition signers in this state, Texans, and our legislature passed the resolution back in 2017, but the critical thing is that it expires 8 years from the time it was passed. So we need to extend that because it's difficult and time-consuming to call for this convention as it should be. This is not something we do lightly. And it's unlikely, although I'd like to see it, convention called before our resolution expires, but it may not happen, and we need to make sure that our resolution is in the list of the 34 that call for this convention. So I implore you to keep this in as a legislative priority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The chair calls Eileen Blakowski. And then Joy Anderson will be on deck.
Good evening. My name is Aileen Blakowski from SD30, and I'm a recovering Californian, and I'm very grateful for your warm welcome here, and thank you for allowing me to be such an active member of the Republican Party of Texas. You have no idea how good that feels. Anyway, I wanted to reiterate some of the points that my colleagues made earlier because I believe they're really important. And we didn't have the language up here, as you pointed out earlier, about the educational freedom and parental rights platform priority. Here's the thing. There was language in here before, and I do believe Ms. Simmons pointed out that there was a statement in there that referred to enforcement mechanisms, civil and criminal remedies or options outside of the educational system. And I cannot reiterate enough how important it is for those to be reinstated. They must be reinstated because really, what is a law if it doesn't have any consequences? So the priority must have consequences, and they must be stated. Therefore, any laws or any platform priorities, laws that are built off this platform priority, they can get lost in the weeds, as we know, and the priority on the enforcement measures is very, very important. So those need to be reinstated because a law, in my opinion, won't matter if it doesn't have consequences. Also, I would just like to say that in the real world, when you're in a school district and you are filing a grievance and you are trying to get your children's records and all of those things, enumerating a list like that, like critical race theory and all those things, that's not going to be helpful. And I think we heard that from other people, but I just want to reiterate the point that enumerating those things is not going to be helpful because they will limit our rights to only the things that are enumerated, and they are inalienable, and they are immeasurable and non-enumerable. So please, let's remove that. There is classical education, and there is therapeutic education.
Time.
And so anyway, I just would like to make sure that we address anything having to do with that therapeutic education should be illegal in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Joy Anderson with Art Brown on deck.
Good evening. My name is Joy Anderson. I'm with SD19. And I'm here to address the issue of misgendering children. And I believe under your definitions it would fall under ban gender modification of children. So what I don't see here is what happens within that ban. So I have a personal situation where my grandson is being forced to live like a little girl. He's 9 years old. His mother dresses him as a little girl. She's had a renaming ceremony to change his name from Thomas to Treasure, made him choose his own girl name. I first became aware of this whenever he was 7, and someone showed me a photo of him in full drag makeup on his own profile on Facebook. And apparently this has been a psychological transition that's been going on since he was a toddler. So what I'd like to see is that there's a recourse for any kind of behavior that falls within this ban. So we need to see the family code has to be updated. What I found in trying to report this to CPS, whenever they told me they would not follow up on this because it was not considered child abuse, the definition is too broad. And speaking with attorneys afterwards, they told me that that definition where it talks about impairment of growth, development, or psychological functioning, that needs to specifically state that causing a child to live by a gender other than their natural gender is considered child abuse. So we need to update that definition, and in doing so, whenever that parent is abusing that child psychologically, there needs to be a recourse, and I do believe that that needs to be a criminal recourse, and they also should have restrictive contact with that child moving forward. So in my position as a grandparent, I have no rights, and my daughter removed contact from me years ago so that he would have nobody to go to. He is only around people in an atheist organization and people in drag. So we need help for the children, and this definition has to be updated. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Art Brown.
My name is Art Brown from SD19, and I want to talk about support of COS. Many of those that came before me, I feel a lot more educated than I was. I can tell you that becoming a new precinct chair this last year, and on the subject of just having a high school diploma of 12 years. I'd like to calm some eases from people that are afraid of Convention of States, because since I've researched them and come to know the people in it, that they have done nothing but educate me in how to be a better precinct chairman, and of the issues that come before our legislators, how to get grassroots people in my precinct to try to get out and vote. It's a process. Our forefathers went through it, and there was a quote from Benjamin Franklin in that first convention they had halfway through the summer, is it's time to get God involved in our decisions, and it changed some of the delegates' minds not to be so selfish, but to think the betterment of our country. And I have nothing against anybody pushing for these planks. They're very important, the education, so much. But if we don't get a rein on this government in the next 2 to 3 years, it doesn't matter what the rest of the legislation says. People aren't going to be able to afford to go out of their homes or defend themselves once this country's taken everything away from us. And I just want to reassure you, Convention of States is a biblical, they're partnered with Patriot Academy, which me and my wife have taken biblical citizenship and taught us a lot. Thank you.
Members, we have 3 individuals on the sign-up list left, and so we're just going to finish up these 3, and then we will end the public testimony at that time. Chair calls Jessica Lowry with Judy DeHaan on deck.
Good afternoon, evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Jessica Lowry from Senate District 1. I have a quote from Senator Bob Hall from last week we received. It says, "Throughout my years as a Texas State Senator, I have had the privilege to know the individuals behind the Convention of States, Texas. Their involvement in educating our constituents on important matters that affect all Texans, assisting our constituents by connecting them with their legislators and training Texans to be more involved on a local level has been a great benefit and an asset to Texas and to me as a legislator. Convention of States is what got me involved in my local community and what connected me to have the avenue to fight for education for our children. I am the State Coalition Director for Education Action for Convention of States. It is an entire coalition specifically dedicated to advocating our next generation and their education. If we didn't believe in a convention, why are we here? What is the purpose of this? We're asking for 3 things: term limits, fiscal responsibility, and more power to the states. No one wants to burn the Constitution. Our forefathers were right, but they also saw what our current government is doing.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Judy DeHaan with Jeremy Newman on deck.
Thank you. I said that all of my questions had been answered. Judy DeHaan, SD7, and on speaking on educational freedom. I apologize. I had said all of my questions had been answered previously. However, I do have a few comments based off of some of the testimony and some other questions that have arisen. You've heard a lot of passion on this conversation or on this topic, and I am standing in the gap for the 88% of our party who voted in favor, and I'm sorry, I'm very emotional right now, 88% of the party who voted in favor of school choice proposition in the primary. What you have heard this evening in testimony is really what I would call packing the court. You have heard many things that I would agree with and some that I do not agree with. What we are about is people coming together, and we have some very smart people in this room, and I think that we can work together and come up with a way to ensure that all of our children have a way to get the best proper education. Some of this is, yes, over-prescriptive, and let's let our legislature and our experts work together to come up with the solutions to help all of our children. Homeschoolers Association, or Homeschool Coalition, has said that only 16% are against school choice. That means a huge percent do support the education support savings for using federal funds or government state funds for our children. So whether you want public schools, whether you want charter schools, whether you want private schools or continue in the public schools, it doesn't matter. We want all of our children to have the best education. And as you've heard, our children are continually being groomed and being subjected to mind manipulation, and it needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. Our current school boards are not being able to help us. So I just ask for your help, please. And if I can ask one last question on the whole process of what components have been able to be weighted in this whole process, so we know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, for this evening, the chair calls Jeremy Newman.
Chairman, members, Jeremy Newman, SD 10. Thank you for your time. I'm the Deputy Director of the Texas Homeschool Coalition, and I recognize there has been some concern kind of raised over the school choice topic, educational freedom topic, specifically over whether or not it's going to lead to regulation. And so because that fear is kind of being used to justify denying choice to other parents, I want to kind of ground this conversation in reality for a minute and make sure that the committee understands the context that we have over 30 states with school choice programs, over 64 programs going back multiple decades, and there has never been a single program in a single state that has ever led to an increased regulation of homeschooling. And so this fear that's being cited is basically making the claim that Texas will somehow be the lone exception to the multi-decade 30-state rule. And I don't think that's really justified. And I think that the other thing we have to consider here is that we have people coming up and talking about how we have choice now, but what they mean by that is that the choices we have are sufficient for them. And so I don't think it's really good enough to say that because you're willing to live with the status quo that everyone else should have to. And the point that we're making with this plank is that we believe parents should be able to make their own decisions. And the data doesn't support that the decision that parent makes is in any way going to affect somebody else who chooses not to participate. So I just have a hard time swallowing the argument that we should decide that we're going to deny choice to all of these other parents because of a fear of something happening that's never happened before.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, that concludes our public testimony for the evening. I say we stand at recess for 10 minutes, and then we will come back and continue with our evening.
Well, we got an earful from those who supported and those who oppose school choice and convention of states, which I thought that all of those who spoke in favor of the school choice issue, in my opinion, did a much better job. And the thing that about school choice that I think is being missed is what are those who oppose school choice, what are they bringing to the table? If you listen to their testimony, every one of them said that we need to make schools better. Okay, and which is something that we have been doing. They have been saying for years. But what is their solution? Their only solution is more money. Let's put more money into it because their concern is you're going to take more money out of the public school system. The problem is money is not the solution to better schools. If it were, then our school systems, our children, the educational quality that we have in public schools today would be incredibly good. But are they? They're not. Public schools are failing our children. And those who advocate for, and one woman stood up who talked about how this was part of this every child left or no child left behind. I call it every child left behind. It's a liberal agenda. These people who are in favor of school choice. Really? The Every Child Left Behind legislation, by the way, was a George Bush thing. George Bush is not a school choice guy. He opposed school choice. That's why I helped run multiple candidates for State Board of Education against candidates that he was pushing. So the idea is, so again, it's kind of like what the left does. Whatever they project on other people, they're the ones who are doing it themselves. When she stood up and said that all of those who are for school choice are liberals, there couldn't be anything more conservative. But what was her solution? She didn't have one. Her solution is keep the status quo, as the executive director of Texas Homeschool Coalition talked about, and that's detrimental to our state and the kids, the children who are going through our school systems. That's wrong. Fundamentally, principally wrong. And so I was glad to hear that the last speakers who spoke on school choice really kind of highlighted facts over this conjecture and this idea that this is going to harm our schools. The only thing it's going to do is make schools better, and they say, "Well, I'll make it will create strings. It will create government. It will intrude into homeschooling, things like that." Not true. Texas Homeschool Coalition executive director highlighted the facts behind that, and so. It's really interesting and shocking to me that people have that point of view, but they don't let facts get in their way. So that's the first thing. The second thing is Convention of the States in the platform committee has taken it off the platform again, and it's my understanding that they are working to get it back on the platform on the temporary platform committee, and so hopefully. That will happen. I guess only time will tell. So we will have to wait and see with bated breath, and hopefully that will result in some positive things. So we are in recess right now, and so I'm just going to go fix a camera angle so that we've got committee. Can be seen a little bit better since public testimony has been concluded. And then it's my understanding that every committee member is going to get 3 minutes to talk about whatever they want to talk about. That's going to be a long time if every member takes 3 minutes. So hopefully they won't, but it's an opportunity for them to, I guess, wax prolific on the issues that they care most about. So I guess we will have to wait and see. So. I'm going to be getting up and about and putting together some camera angles, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
share either major items that are in the 15, because we're going to then take our survey to rank the final 15 after hearing additional testimony. But take up to 3 minutes on any topics that you care to that are on the list. And then after that, we will take the survey. And then I will submit the final report of the temporary committee this evening by 10 p.m. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Chair recognizes SD1.
First of all, I want to thank everybody else who put up with me for the last couple of days. Chairman, thank you. Appreciate it. I was literally sworn in as the county chairman on November 8th of this year. So before I get into my topics, last year, sorry. Fast forward. I moved here from North Las Vegas to Texas for a couple of reasons. One, to be closer to family, because it's really important. And the city I was living in was a city of sin. And let me tell you, that's a very good, accurate nomenclature for that city to come back to where I can find God again out here in Texas. A couple of things that are very new to me, and they're here. One of the items that's extremely important, as I've learned some processes that happen here that absolutely floor me, but banning the Democratic chairs, that process is a no-brainer. I mean, absolutely, because most everything else we have here means nothing if we're able to have a goofball Republican go ahead and appoint Democrats. Crazy. When it comes to the Convention of States, one of the biggest things with the Convention of States is it gives the states the opportunity to protect themselves against a tyrannical government. It doesn't seem like a big issue, but it is extremely important as we see what's going on with our government, and it can only get worse until we get back in. The other thing is, I didn't take this position because of anybody over the age of 40 years old. I care less about you. I care about children. I care about the kids. And the other items that we have up here for 100% is the transgender thing. I'll just leave it at that. You all know what it's about. We are doing this to protect children, okay? And do not let the school choice thing affect you and think that, oh my gosh, the government's going to get involved with homeschooling. It doesn't happen, okay? My county went from 9% homeschoolers to 16% homeschooling, and they've got a terrific network, and they haven't been contacted once by the government. I yield my time, and thank you so much, everybody who came out and participated.
31, are we going back and forth? Or?
No, we're
going in order, just forth.
Well, I'm glad I got back in time. I just want to thank everybody on this committee. My experience with you guys was the same as it was in 2020. I think some of the best people in the state of Texas are on these committees. And, well, I really appreciate you. You know, before I got assigned in 2020, I heard all these horrible stories about committees and the screaming and the hollering and the cussing and stuff, you know, that went on in here. And so I was kind of dreading that part, you know. And in 2020, the Legislative Priority Committee did really well. We got along great. We almost didn't have an argument. We had one debate over abortion, whether and the debate was, are we going to abolish abortion or are we going to keep doing incrementalism? You know, it was a good debate. And I think this one has been even smoother. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for the way you have handled this committee. You've done a great job. Me personally, I'm a pastor, so my heart is I want to save Texas. I want God to save Texas. And so for that to happen, we need a third great awakening. And I don't understand why churches aren't more involved in the political process, because that is one of the best ways we can affect the culture, by making good laws. And I think, you know, we've heard a lot of great testimony this week. I've learned a lot just listening through testimony, and I've learned a lot from you guys. And so I think the more you're involved, the more you can actually know what's going on and what the issues are and what needs to change. And so as a priority, my heart has always been, my number one issue has always been abolish abortion. God cannot bless us when we are killing 63 million babies in the womb. And so what I think is going to happen is, and I'm praying that Roe versus Wade is overturned and we have the default trigger and we eliminate abortion in Texas. But what I believe is going to happen, the states that abolish abortion will find the blessing of God. The states that continue to do abortion will continue to live under the curse of God. And so it's imperative that we do that. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. We took a secret ballot earlier, and I did not vote abolish abortion number one. I voted no Democratic chairs number one, because if we don't get that done, half of our agenda will never see the light of day. And so I want to encourage everybody to vote high on no Democratic chairs. We've got to make that a high priority so that the legislature understands and make that a rule the second day of session. And then, of course, I did do abolish abortion second, and so that's my heart. And also, Mr. Chairman, I would like to add, from the testimony that we got tonight, one of the things that we missed that I would like to see us recover is in the gun control priority that we put up there. I wish we could add eliminate gun-free zones. Every shooting that you see is always in a gun-free zone. The people that do that are cowards. They go where they know nobody's going to shoot back. You can go to any restaurant in Texas and you will never see a shooting, because the shooters know that somebody in that restaurant has probably got a gun. Can I get an amen? Amen. Amen. Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all are awesome.
I want to second that. I think the chairman and everybody on this committee, this is my 10th consecutive state convention. And, yeah, I was involved in the one 2 years ago, if you want to call it that. I don't know what that was. But this is my second time on a committee. And from the stories I've heard from this year's rules and platform committee, we are easily the smoothest running, most efficient and effective committee. And so I thank everybody for that. And if I was obnoxious and offended anybody or was whatever, I know I'm obnoxious. My wife tells me so all the time. So I want to say I agree with every one of the 15 planks that we have. We had differences in the wording, but I think as a collective, I think we've come up with some very wise wording. I know there's always going to be people who aren't happy with the exact wording that we have. We've been working on this for 3 days. We had probably thought about it for a lot longer than that. We've known we were going to be on this committee for months. So I think the words that we have are very good. Of all of those, the only one I would change might be to take the consumption tax out of the property tax. Other than that, and I'm not necessarily in favor or against that, but that's the only one I could see changing. Marty, was it you that preached about or not preached, I guess it was talked about the Black Robe Regiment at the Cowboy Church one time? Yes. I thought that was you. Something Marty said is incredibly important. The founding of this country was spurred on by the pastors. They're the ones who encouraged everybody and lit the fire under them to get them to go out and fight the most powerful country in the world so that we would have the freedoms that we have. And I wish the pastors today, other than Marty, would realize that and get out there and start telling people the truth about not just the word, but our country. As far as the priorities, I agree, Democrat chairs has to be the first one. Without that, all the rest fail. Something else I would like to say, and I was talking to Mr. Briscoe, I think the Protect the Second Amendment needs to be number 2, just like it is in the Bill of Rights. After that, we can argue about the rest. But I thank everybody here, and I want to say a special thank you to all the people, the delegates, and some of them maybe not even delegates who came and testified before us, and I appreciate them. Even if I disagreed with them, I appreciate them sharing their opinion and their viewpoint. Thank y'all. And I'll yield my time back.
He thought he was obnoxious. I think Walt put me here because I'm obnoxious. My SD 4, they made one thing extremely clear to me when I came here, that we needed closed primaries. We deal with it all the time in Montgomery County. We're a very red county. We have a lot of Democrats voting in our primaries. I mean, we were in danger of losing Steve Toth this year. I mean, that's crazy. It's very, very, very important to my SD. And when I came and we had no one the first day testify on that issue, and it was nowhere on the radar, we were in full crisis mode. And I just want to thank y'all for making that happen and getting it on that #1 currently, and Teresa for adding it to election integrity. It really meant a lot to our SD. I do have a little concern. Jennifer Fleck had some really good points about the not asking for the parental Bill of Rights, because then they can take it away someday. It kind of made me a little hesitant on that. My SD is also fairly split on the money following the child. I mean, a lot of people we heard from tonight are from SD4. There's a huge homeschool. It's a huge homeschool district. And Jeremy will say the same. So I kind of would like to put in some more protections there, but I'm very proud of what we've done. I feel really good about it. We've got the 10-day rule up out of the bottoms, and I think we should all feel really good about what we've done.
I was going to use your mic, but I guess I used my own. So, okay, so I'm going to talk about the things first, and then I'm going to talk about just other stuff. So from a perspective of what I'm looking at, medical freedom, which now includes the repeal of the 10-day rule, and we saw lots of people that had put resolutions forward on that, and I'm glad to see that that's up there. Gender modification, we tried 2 years ago, or last year, and we didn't get it over the hill, and we need to get that done. You know, we're doing this for the kids. That's why I got in this. I've got grandkids. They don't need this crap. We need to ban taxpayer-funded lobbying so we can get what we want. And the obscenity exemption, you know, it's for the kids. So that's that. I started, it was probably the bathroom bill. You're among friends. I retired, and I got kicked off into getting this stuff done. I did work on Convention Estates in 2017. I was on this committee 4 years ago, and since working on the committee, that's one of the things. Your work doesn't end at the end of the convention. You need us to join with the SREC. You all need to be in Austin with us. Y'all are welcome to be part of the working groups in the Legislative Priorities Committee to get these issues that we're putting forward over the hill and passed. So just contact SREC, and we've had pastors, we've got, you know, known people, Texas Right to Life, the abolitionists. We work with all of them on our committee, on our working groups to get this done. I want to brag on SD7, our caucus chair, Pastor Budrock. He doesn't leave it at the door. He brings it to his church. He brings his flock out to get things done, and he says it like it is. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make mine short and sweet. He said a lot that needed to be said. I came with property tax as a big thing and secure the border. The secure the border is my thing I came here mostly for because it affects every part of our life. It affects our education. It affects how much we have to pay in taxes because the sheer cost that it requires to take care of these people that are crossing our borders. But we also absolutely have to stop sexualizing our kids and the elimination of the exemption, the obscenity exemption. There's nothing on here that doesn't need attention. And we have to, he said it right. It doesn't stop here, it actually starts here. So we need to join our SRC colleagues and make it happen.
Thank you. I want to first say I had the privilege of serving on this committee 2 years ago, and we were here in person at the start until we got the rug pulled out from under us, but it has been an absolute privilege to serve this year with all of you. I told y'all my personal calculus in ranking a couple of days ago. I rank things in order of what has the shortest fuse before we're not going to be able to do anything about the rest of it anyway. So I've got, all of these things are important, all 15. I'm not necessarily going to speak to my top 3 because some of them go without saying. I'm going to speak to 3 briefly that I have particular subject matter expertise on. The first is property tax. So the property tax system in Texas was codified in our Constitution 150 some odd years ago. It was for an agrarian economy. It no longer works. It's for a world that no longer exists. And Texans are being crushed under the heel of this archaic system right now, every day, because the cost of government has zip to do with the value of our property, nor does the ability to pay our taxes. They're completely unrelated. What really sunk this home to me was in 2019. I spoke with a gentleman who had a rental house. He rented it to a widow on a fixed income. Under our property tax system, renters get none of the protections of the homestead. Because of this, the taxes had gotten so out of control on this rental property that he was subsidizing her to live in his own rental home because he didn't want to have to kick her out. That's absolutely perverse, and it's got to change because more and more people are suffering every day under this system. Second thing is banning taxpayer-funded lobbying. This one will be brief because it's succinct. In the past 10 years, over $400 million of Texas taxpayer money has been spent to lobby the legislature, mostly against us. Now, those lobbyists are standing in the way of a lot of the things on this list. Removing this will help pave the way to pass these. And if that weren't enough, the National Association of School Boards, which Texas finally just got out of, lobbied the federal government to investigate parents as domestic terrorists using taxpayer money. Yeah. Enough said. The last thing, as I've already spoken about a little bit, is Convention of States. I've given many years of my life to this effort, and it's not for nothing. I didn't just jump in willy-nilly. And the list of people who have likewise done their homework and gotten on board with this that Mike Defendahl from the Convention of States read earlier, including Mark Levin, Marco Rubio, Ben Shapiro, the list goes on. They didn't just say, okay, why not? What the heck? A lot of research went into that. Now, I don't have time in my remaining time to rebut all of the things that were said, but I will say there are 2 camps of people who oppose Convention of States. One is the left, like the entire left. When this was voted on in the Texas legislature in 2017, it had unanimous Democrat opposition. There was only one dissenting Republican vote in the House, and he's no longer in the legislature, if that tells you anything. It was pretty much universal on the Republican Party that they were in favor of this. The people who oppose this on the right do so because, as we've heard, there's a fear that a convention is going to cause the Constitution to be rewritten. Okay? And the reality is, it's already happening. Everything they're afraid of with an out-of-control convention, Everything they're afraid of that would happen with an out-of-control convention is happening right now in real time. It's being done through a renegade Supreme Court and other courts. It's being done through executive orders. It's already happening, and they didn't need a convention to do it. 2 days before the end of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, Colonel George Mason stood up, and I'm paraphrasing Madison's notes here about what Colonel Mason said. The provision for the states to call for a convention wasn't in Article 5 at the time. And he said, again, paraphrasing, are we really to believe that should the federal government become oppressive, that they're going to propose the nature of amendments necessary to rein themselves in? And after that, the provision of Article 5 that we're discussing here was adopted unanimously. They saw the wisdom in this. And so that was an actual mechanism. Article 6 isn't a mechanism, it's an assertion. Article 5 is an actual mechanism that gives the states, which created the federal government, the power to end run the federal government. It's a mechanism that we were giving saying break glass in case of fire. We'll look around. The country is on fire. Thank you.
Why did I have to follow him? My name is Vince Puente, and I believe I live in the greatest nation on God's green earth, blessed to live in the state of Texas, and by biased opinion, the Lone Star of Fort Worth, Texas. I am a believer in Jesus Christ, and that is the reason I'm here today. I will say I want to thank y'all all, both the committee and the audience. This is my first full in-person convention. It's my first time to serve on a committee such as this, much less sub-chair. And my wife can testify, I was pretty worried. And y'all have made it so gracious and open to me. I appreciate it. I'm going to prioritize my items. I'm going to just go through all 15. Kidding. But first, let's make this real quick. I believe number one is ban the Democratic chairs. Again, as we've said, you can applaud louder if you like. But if we don't do that, then all this is for nothing. We've seen it time and time again. The Speaker of the House destroys our conservative values, and he does it by appointing Democratic chairs. He becomes Speaker because he gets their votes. We've got to stop that. We've got to stop it now, or we will never see the rest of this go. The other priorities I'm going to mention, hopefully I get to them all, are all based on everything in here is good. I cannot argue with a single thing. It's hard to pick out the top. So what I did was I looked at the ones that I felt were the closest perversion to God's word. So I focused on that. Ban gender modification of children. Every time I hear that, when I started realizing that was going on, thinking of some 6-year-old, 11-year-old, 14-year-old child, that their parents are destroying their lives. This is not an earring that they can choose to take off later. This is a permanent destruction of their mind and their bodies. And it has got to stop, and that's why I put it as number 2. Number 3, stop sexualizing Texas kids. Again, many of y'all been to some of the movies we've seen, the documentaries. They are amazing. I think they're true. We hear too many stories like this. And I think whether we've got to word it exactly right or not, the concept is what we've got to do. And we've got to stop the sexualization of Texas kids. Number 4, protection medical freedom. All good stuff there. I am particularly interested in the 10-day rule. When you think about it, and I know of cases right there in Fort Worth, Texas, that there could be a child, there could be an adult, that the doctor decides that they aren't going to make it, and they turn it over to a panel, a death panel, and they decide whether that patient lives or not. 10 days, as someone else said, once one hospital says, we're ready to cut the things, another hospital wants the liability of going on with that. I don't think it's about the money. The hospitals have got tons of money. Look at their lobbies. Look at all they do, and it's amazing. I'm glad they do it. My dad was in a hospital, and he had the waiter would come up and take his order for dinner at whatever time he wanted it. It wasn't like trays were coming around. He could order at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever. Baylor Hospital, great hospital. I want to go there. the money is not the issue, but the issue is life. Then that allows me to go on to save women's sports. Again, a perversion of God's word. And what we're doing there, no, we're not saying, okay, they're adults, some of them are, at least when we get up above 18, but we're okaying the perversion. And we need to stop okaying the perversion, because that is the window to continue these perversions, and they've got to stop. So again, please consider those. Ban Democratic chairs. Again, if we don't get that done, we get nothing done. Back to ban gender modification of children. Stop sexualizing Texas kids. Protect medical freedom, and save women's sports. God bless y'all. Thank you. And thank you, Mona, for being here tonight.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jesse Taylor, and also I'm from the greatest city in Fort Worth, in Texas, also in Fort Worth. It was a pleasure serving next to you too, Vince. I want to thank a couple of people first for me even being sitting here today, and that's Mrs. Susan Wright. Second, I want to pay homage to Mr. Gene Beck, who was sitting at your table the last time I was here. It's my second time serving on the committee. It's a great thing seeing some of the familiar faces that I served with last time. It's an honor serving with y'all last time, and it was a pleasure serving with y'all this time also. This time I think it went pretty smooth with the committee. If this is your first time chairing, I think you did a fantastic job. Especially replacing Ramsey, because Ramsey was a tremendous chair, you know, and I was hating he said that was his last time serving, but you did a fantastic job. To the audience and to some of the people who might not got what they wanted, trust and believe this committee did the best they could do. We had planks that might not have made it on there, and when we tried our best to make sure we pleased everyone in Texas, because we know everything is important to everybody. Everybody's topic is important to everybody. So we tried to serve y'all as much as possible. Like SD Senate District 1, I'm here for these kids. I told you earlier that I mentor young boys, and I mentor a lot of young boys that don't have their fathers at home. I hate that we didn't get the equal parenting on the board, but we'll continue to push forward with that. Other than that, some of my favorite topics, not favorite topics, but some of the topics that I wanted to make sure got up there was the genital modification, like he said. I mean, the first time, this was the second time we put this on the plank. The first time I heard about it, I was like Vince. I was thrown away when they told me what was happening with these kids. I just couldn't believe it. In the women's sports, I'm glad that we bringing that to the table to protect our women. Like everyone else said, I believe in election integrity, and I didn't know anything about us giving our positions to Democrats. I used to be a Democrat, and I didn't come over here to deal with Democrats. I wanted to, so I was thrown away by that when they told me that this was happening. So we definitely need to make sure we don't give our positions away to Democrats. Other than that, though, man, like I say, it's been a pleasure serving with everyone on this board and this panel, man, and I just thank God for everyone here. And other than that, that's my take on this. Appreciate y'all.
I'm Suzette Griffin, and my first time on a committee at convention, been coming for well over 10 years, but first time on a committee, and I'm so pleased to say that to serve with such an informed group of Republicans has made me extremely proud. I think we did a great job with all of the issues that we dealt with. I don't think we did a perfect job, and I don't think anybody else did either, but we did the best that we can do. One thing that I will say, and then I'm going to give the rest of my time back because we do have work to do in a little bit, but I think, personally, I don't think there's a more important topic than abolishing abortion. And after that, banning the gender modification. Both of those children issues, and we have several that are children issues, and there's not one of these issues that isn't burning our country to the ground, and we know that. So we have to make sure that, first of all, we protect the most defenseless of us. That's abolishing abortion. I see nothing more important than that. And then we got to get to work on this government that we have. God bless you all. Thanks for serving, and I'll see you at the rest of the convention.
I'm Chris Corbett from SD12. This is my first time on any kind of a state committee like this, and it's been just a joy and a pleasure for all the reasons that have been articulated. One of the and I loved working with all of the committee members, but I also just thank everyone who came to testify. We had some awesome testimony, expert testimony, passionate testimony, knowledgeable testimony that really, we heard you. Whether or not your opinion gets reflected in the final product, and no one's will perfectly, we really heard you. And when we talked behind the scenes, we were processing what we heard. So please know that. When I contemplated how difficult it was to even whittle down to 15, and eventually the convention will have to go down to 8. Chairman Macias and I were talking about that, saying, why is it so difficult? And then we thought, what have the last 2 or 3 years in America been like? We're experiencing the fruits of what a lot of thinkers have called the great unraveling, which is that the problems that the left has brought through the flaws and the fallenness of human nature taking its course are now beating against the bulwarks of our way of life. And it's not just a theory. We're all feeling it. I mean, our 401ks are feeling it, but we're seeing people destroyed. We're seeing lives destroyed. So as I tried to process all of this, I thought, you know, the founders, they reacted to situations like this because they had the right principles and they had the right practical path to get those principles enacted into real life. So for me, the principal issues were life, and that includes the Second Amendment, because that's the defense of life. Gender. Life is the first thing God created after he created the heavens and the earth. Gender, family, marriage is the next thing. Religious freedom, political freedom, financial freedom, which property taxes is obviously in there. But then one thing I really saw us have an evolution of thought about was the means to the end, the path that the founders paid attention to. And those are issues like the border. Like Donald Trump said, without a border, you don't have a country. And without a country, we don't have any of this stuff. The ends and the principles cannot be reached. Energy. And I so appreciate Senator Hall's work on energy. Without energy, we're, as one of our witnesses said, if we're all dead, none of this matters. And if we don't have an energy grid that works, or fossil fuels to power our energy grid, then nothing else is going to matter. Elections. Without honest, free elections, nothing matters. Education. If the education system is miseducating our children to the point where they don't even know what reality is, nothing else matters. Government and the Democratic chairs. If we have Democratic chairs subverting our path to get our principles enacted, nothing else will matter. Convention of States. I'm a big supporter of that for all the reasons Shelby laid out. Closed primaries, I think, falls into that also. So those are the things that I think we really evolved to. We really saw the path is key to getting the principles. And I really appreciated our committee struggling with that, and I think we're going to come out with a good result.
13, and this is my first time on the committee, and it's been an incredible privilege to have this opportunity. Everybody is wonderful, and Republican delegates, you all are so smart, so well informed. I mean, we really enjoyed your testimony, and you need to come to Austin. You know, it can't end here with testimony. We've got to be in Austin We've got to be telling our legislators how passionate we feel about everything. And I'm going to not talk about just three priorities. I'm going to talk about three categories, because to me, all these are important, all 15. And I don't want to see them whittled away. We have a Republican governor, a Republican lieutenant governor, a Republican attorney general, and there's no reason why we can't get all of these addressed and all of these passed. You know, Texas is in crisis. We're in trouble. You know, if everything was roses and unicorns, you know, we could do 2 or 3 priorities a year and not worry about it. We've got to address all of these issues, and we can't just divide this in half and do the other half in 2 years or 4 years. We're in crisis. So my 3 categories are: 1, I'm a retired OB-GYN of 35 years. I got into politics to abolish abortion. So that's my number 1 priority. So my 3 categories are protection of women and children, and we have many priorities that address that. And from the testimony tonight, we need to do a lot more work on the education issue and protecting the children, the sexual changes for children, the gender modification. Our original priorities were lengthy, and we were told you really need to shorten this, you need to make it concise. And so we removed some things that I think were really important, and we're going to have to go back and address several of these priorities that you all brought up tonight. The other issues are the protection of our rights. So we've got several priorities that deal with the gun protection. I'm in Harris County, which is the home of election corruption and incompetency. So we have got to get our elections under control. We've got to close our primaries. The Democrats manipulate the elections in Harris County with every election. They come over, they vote in the Republican primary, they vote for the weakest Republican candidate, and then in November they go back and they vote for the Democrat. And we've got to stop this from happening. Too many issues there. And we've got to protect Texas. So we've got issues in here for Texas. Protect our border, protect the grid. So I'm just in favor of 3 categories of all these priorities, and I feel like they all need to be addressed. And if they whittle away to 8, then we make sure we're down in Austin fighting for the 7 that didn't get on the top priority list, because we need every one of these priorities. And thank you all.
I am too. This is my first time serving on a state committee. I've served at the Senate district level on a committee, and it has been my pleasure to be with you guys here at the temporary legislative priorities committee, going over the list that we are given, narrowing it down, working on language, and I have learned from all of my fellow committee members, and it has just been a joy to work with you, get to know you. I feel like we all need to go out and have our own reception at this event when this is all said and done. But that being said, also those of you who have testified, have so enjoyed your passion and your knowledge, and just the fact that you've come and spent your time, some of you sitting here for days, being a part of this process. And so thank you for that. I am here for Senate District 14, and I was sent here to represent our Senate District's legislative priorities that passed our Senate District Convention. And so that being said, I might have some thoughts on what I would put at the top of the list, but I'm here to go to bat for what was listed there. And so just to let you guys know what our top legislative priorities were, there were 10 listed. Some of these fall under the same categories. School choice funding follows the child, prohibit taxpayer-funded lobbying, mandatory use of E-Verify by all employers, restricting health COVID mandates, restoring felony penalties for election law violations, limiting sexual education in schools, ensuring prompt prosecution of election crimes statewide, protecting minors from gender modification, building a pro-life Texas. Now, under that one, we have some different thoughts on what that looks like. Some ideas and language passed our Senate district, some did not. So I'm going to bat for what did. and then state takeover of election departments that do not comply with Texas law. So that was our full list. Some of these are incorporated in one, so election integrity obviously is some of these put together. So after reaching out to a few on that committee as well as our SREC members, we have to say that the top ones for Travis County are protect our elections, ban gender modification of children, stop sexualizing Texas kids, and basically elections, education, and anything involving sex ed. Now, that being said, there's a lot here that is good and strong, and should we get the ability to reweight, I will of course go to bat for all of those that were part of my Senate district first, and then some of the others such as defending our gun rights and saving women's sports will be up there as well. So that's where I land. Thank you guys so much. It's an honor to be here with you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Salvo from SD5. I'm also the Texas Young Republican Political Director. Go Myra, yeah. I want to thank my fellow committee members and the chair for just running a great committee, listening to one another, getting down into the weeds sometimes with the language, but that's what we're here to do on behalf of the delegates. And speaking of the delegates out there in the crowd, hello, and all of those watching online, and those who have given testimony over the last few days, who have attended their precinct conventions, SD conventions, coming to this convention, you are the party. This party wouldn't exist without you. And I want to encourage you to not just stop this Saturday or this Sunday when you go home. You make sure you remember that there's an election coming up in a couple of months. And if we have learned anything from last night, is that there is a change coming in this state and in this nation. But it's going to take for you to get out there and block walk and meet the voters and phone bank and tell people to go vote. Work the elections, exactly. I've been doing that with the Young Republicans. We've been really successful, and we just need more help. We need more people out there fighting for these items right here. You need people in office to make it happen. I will say that, and of course, go to the state capitol at this incoming session, and again, fight for these things. If we had just a tenth of the delegates that are going to attend this convention, well, how much sway do you think you're going to have at the Capitol? I know Bob Hall would love to have all of you in his office. So just a couple of items. The number one priority out of my SD was the electric grid. You can't really do anything like in this room without the lights on. And, it was a very cold winter last year. We used to be very prideful about our electrical grid in this state because it was Texas and just Texas. We're not so prideful right now about it. Let's bring some pride back to our state and fix the electric grid and secure it. Number two, I know we have had some impassioned testimony regarding school choice. I know personally I side with my fellow Republicans in Texas, and 1,669,408 of them voted for school choice, including the language, funding should follow the student. And finally, a few weeks ago, a few months ago, my wife and I we were blessed to know that we were expecting a child, and it was a really rough time that we were experiencing, and it was just the news that we needed. And it was only 7 days later we found out she lost it. And life is so precious. We need an abortion, not just in Texas, but in this nation. And let's pray to God that the Supreme Court comes down with that decision and opens the door to end it once and for all.
to thank all my fellow committee members, and the chairman is very reticent to receive praise, but I've been on a lot of committees, and he's done a great job for us. I saw a movie about abortion when I was 16 at a Christian camp. And I walked outside and said, I don't know what you want me to do, but here am I, send me. So I've been in this fight since then. Life has got to be something that we restore honor to, because as we are at this point, we're encouraging the culture that we have. I served on this committee 2 years ago, and I thought it was going to be like serving on platform. You spend a whole week doing this 24/7, and then you go home. I learned that the expectation is that we go to Austin, and so I did. I spent a long time down in Austin, and I worked on our priorities. I worked on election integrity and religious freedom and education, and we felt like that the girls' sports bill was the key to be able to get gender modification. And you guys need to know that it was defeated 3 times because of a Democratic chair who was the head of the higher election committee, the higher education committee. So we could have gotten it done a lot sooner had that not been the case. So I'm very passionate about that. I think we need the girls' sports, and I think we've got to save our children from gender modification and the child abuse that's going on.
Okay, I'm Henry Bonert, and I'm from Senate District 17. And some of the things that I'm kind of more interested in pushing to the top are the election integrity. And the reason I say election integrity is because if we don't get our elections straightened out, we're going to end up having Democrats controlling the whole country. And we all know what that's going to lead to. It's not going to be pretty. So that is why I say election integrity is one of the first things on my list. Property taxes is another one. We need to get property taxes down in line where people can afford to stay in their own homes. We need it to where the people own their own homes. And the only way we can do that is to eliminate the property taxes. Another thing is banning taxpayer-funded lobbying. Like it's been said before, we get rid of taxpayer-funded lobbying, and a lot of issues go away. And I personally have been to Austin many, many times on many occasions. I give people actually tours how to get to their senators, how to get to their representatives, how to get to the committee meetings, how to operate the kiosks, all of this stuff. That I do that kind of stuff on my own. I mean, we go up there, and I say we. There's a bunch of us from the Convention States group that go up there to do this stuff. So just about any day of the week during session, you're going to find somebody there that can help you get around in Austin. The next thing is abolishing abortion. I understand this very clearly, and the only thing that I wished is that religious freedom would have been a little bit higher up the list, would have made the cut. Because to me, religious freedom and abolishing abortion kind of goes hand in hand. If you're not religious, if you're not a Christian, and you don't believe in God, it's easy to do away with continue abortion. But the way the system is, I think they kind of work hand in hand, and I wish that was my only wish, was that religious freedom would have made it up a little bit higher up the ladder, made it to the top 15 cut. The next thing is that I really think is important, as been said before, is our no Democratic chairs. We cannot get things done in Austin if we have Democrats that are actually put in place to kill our bills, the bills that we actually want. And that I go up there and testify and at these committee meetings and stuff, and when you're testifying at a committee that is chaired by a Democrat, you just get a feeling of hopelessness. And that we just need to stop that. And I don't know any other way to do it other than see if we can't get people, to our own Republicans, to see to it that we are addressed. The situation that we want is addressed, and that we get rid of that practice. Another thing, the last thing that I'm going to talk about of mine is the Convention of States. I've been a member of the Convention of States since 2015. I've been running around the state in several places, giving presentations, talking about Convention of States. And what people don't understand is that our country is on the precipice of losing our freedoms, our whole livelihoods, everything that we stand for. And if we don't get our federal government in control, we're going to lose it. All of this other stuff is for naught. It is not going to amount to anything. And so this is the only last hope that we have to do this stuff without bloodshed. And that's why it's so important to keep this on the list. With that, I'm going to let it yield my time.
Well, my name is Paul Yamrick from SD 18. I brought my principles to this committee. I've tried to apply my principles to this committee. Family, faith, and freedom. I think I have very difficulty picking a top 8, let alone top 3. I would like to say thank you, Chairman, for running a smooth ship. I want to thank everybody everybody from all the SDs. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with all of you. I know where everybody stands on these priorities. I think all of them need to be, but that's not going to happen. So in the discussions the last 3 days, it's been wonderful. So I really appreciate everybody's passion. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to know everybody. I also want to thank the delegates that are listening or even coming to this thing. It shows that there is hope. I would like to close, because I'm not a speaker, that Chair, would you consider not prioritizing, because then let the delegates decide the top 8? Because I can't pick the top 8 right now, let alone my top 15. So just a suggestion. Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Appreciate all this.
Well, I have to say it's an honor to be here, and these people are amazing. What I've learned is unbelievable. My name is Rhonda Marquardt. I'm from SD 19. We were the only red county, Kinney County, on the border before 2020. And I will tell you that we are under attack in our country. Kinney County is under attack. We are your front line. A lot of times we say we are probably going to be the powder keg. God is our only hope. What all of this has done is brought us to our knees. It has put us in our word, and it has made us see evil in a new way. We live in an amazing country. God has blessed our country, but we've turned away from God. The evil is coming. The evil is here. We have to do all we can to stop it. I ask you to continue to pray, read your word, and walk with God. I have to talk to you about the border, because the border is where the evil is seen on a daily basis, and it impacts, I told these people, the other day, so many things. So I have made a list. We have education on our list. The cost to taxpayers right now per student that's coming across our border is $37,000 a year. That will get higher. More and more are coming. Disease, medical care, medical treatment, health care, medical freedom, all of those things. If you've tried to go to the doctor and you can't get into the hospital or whatever, it is because they're filling our hospitals. We don't even know what they have. They are never have and won't be vaccinated if you're for vaccine, but they're trying to vaccinate us, which I'm against, and they don't even worry about them. Invasion. We are being invaded. Yesterday, 13 terrorists came through my county that were picked up. That's not the ones that get away. My county, I would say we catch 1% of what comes through. We have no idea, and we have lots of help to catch that 1%. Security is huge. So Second Amendment, yes, I gave a big spiel about Second Amendment. You take our guns, we're done. Our state is done, our country's done, everybody's coming in. Drug trafficking, it's killing your kids. You're talking about kids. I was a teacher for 30 years and a coach. I'm for lots of things. I can't pick up here. I don't even know what my top 8 are. But I do know that the border is my district's #1. But drug trafficking is off the chart. The amount of drugs that are coming in will kill all of us. All of us. Sex trafficking. I can't even begin to tell you the images and the stories and the things that we have seen that are going on our game cams. Every woman on our game cam is beaten, and she's in groups of 20 or 40 men. We've had a girl who was raped by 24 8-year-old, 24 men in 24 hours. Friend's daughter of mine, rodeo person, is in D'Hanis, Texas, last week after the day after Uvalde's shooting, and her daughter was almost stolen by the drug cartel on Highway 90, which goes to San Antonio. It's about 30 minutes from San Antonio. Human trafficking is slavery. Children are abused. I've heard it as far as Lubbock. We travel the state. We cry for help. We write to people from all other states about what is coming to you. Economically, what it is costing us as a state is unbelievable. DPS, National Guard, legal costs, travel costs to ship them everywhere, hotels that they have taken over, buses that were running on our fuel that I don't know who's paying for that, airline tickets, Border Patrol, the death of those people, the burial of the people who are dying that are coming across that we are having to pay for their funerals and their autopsies and everything else. Destruction of our land, our animals, and our crops. That's just a few of the economic costs. Election integrity, there won't be any when the illegals start to vote. Okay, energy grid. We are at risk by invaders from everywhere around the world. China, everywhere is coming. This has caused people to grow in their religious life. That is the positive. I have never seen God so evident. These people right here in this committee are absolutely amazing. Our party is amazing. We are a Christian party. We are wonderful people. We must stand up and fight.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Members, can I please remind you that we need about 3 minutes? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard Miller, SD 20. That is, I come from west of, between Corpus Christi West and Laredo, Texas. I can vouch for what this lady said. We are inundated with illegal immigrants. I have aliens. One of my sons is a DPS trooper, and he is constantly transferred up and down the river. Del Rio, Eagle Pass, Laredo, in the valley. And he has got stories that you probably wouldn't believe. The one that I'm going to pass on is the one I could not believe. He was in Del Rio, and he couldn't even talk to us because he's so busy. And I said, well, son, what do you do? He said, well, there's so many bailouts, which is when there's a car full of illegals and there's pursuit going on, and then they run through a fence and go into fields and scatter. He said, well, we catch some of them. And I said, well, what do you do with them? He said, well, you get them cuffed, get them arrested, and then you call to see if the jail has room for them. It's full. And I said, and? He said, if they're full, they can't take them. So I said, what do you do with them? He said, you uncuff them and turn them loose. And the Border Patrol is under the very same guidance. You capture them. Sometimes they do catch the criminal. But when you don't have a place to put them, turn them loose. And that's a daily practice for them. Daily. This is my first time to come to a convention. This is my first time to be on a committee. And I heard some stories about committees, so I'll be honest with you. I came up here a little on the shaky side. I didn't know what to expect. I'm going to tell you, folks, I've been on committees. I'm a retired school teacher. I've been on committees. This committee is probably the best committee I have ever been on. I was really impressed with this last session that we did. We had some disagreements. We were not shouting. We were not threatening each other. We were working. And we may not have agreed with some of the comments made on our particular items, but we accepted them. And by the time we got through talking about it, well, I think you're right. We did need to change that. We did make a mistake. This is a room full of The second thing that impressed me is the number of believers amongst us. I'm telling you. We may be attending a different church. We may be attending a larger crowd than someone else, but we have a common bond, Jesus Christ. If we've got that, we can accomplish, and we can get along, and we can conquer. And I want to thank everyone. And I didn't get to meet everyone. There's some folks I'd like to meet. But the general knowledge that I've gained, I'm totally impressed, folks. I'll guarantee you. And I want to pray that every one of these individuals, your homes, your families, are blessed. And I'm going to agree with my neighbor here. God is in control. Now, if we have someone here that doesn't believe that, you take our words for it. He is. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm about out of my 3 minutes.
Just about out.
Just about.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
But this list is so packed, it's hard to say. I got a number 1 and number 2. But I'm going to put number 1 is the voting integrity. Folks, and I agree we've got to get the Democrat out of there, but I've been doing a elections for 2 years, and I called the Secretary of State's office, and I couldn't believe some of the answers I got. It's like, we can't ask them these kind of questions, you just got to ride it. And that's what I'm doing. Every once in a while, I will take a hat off and jump on the hood on that curbside door. But it's got to be reined in and put under control. You know, you go and you show up and you vote, and then your vote is countered by a bunch of mail-in ballots of dead people or somebody. So your vote is really not worth anything. We've got to get those things under
Sir,
control. That's what we got to do.
Richard, this is your second one, and then we need to move on so we can make sure and do our final tally.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julie Delberg, and I'm representing Senate District 21, and that district goes from South Austin, pretty much south to the I-35 corridor down to the border, 3 border counties. This is my first time serving on a committee, and only my second time at convention, if we count last convention. So I'm really proud to be on this committee, serving with these folks. Every person you look at here are truly servant representatives to our state. And even though we did disagree on some things, everything was presented with humility and in love, and with the common goal of unity, of getting solid priorities that we can all get behind. And I really am blessed to be part of this committee. So I want to ask you, and I hope that you will agree with me, that we owe it to our kids to get this right. I oftentimes ask if we've reached our woe moment, if that makes sense. We're losing our children. We're losing the minds and the hearts of our children to evil, plain and simple. We've been told to move aside in our faith. We've been told to move aside in our other family values, patriotism, fill in the blank. And I'm asking you, at what point do we step forward and say, no, you move. You move. But oftentimes we keep giving up ground. And we can no longer do that if we expect to have a healthy future with our kids. I wanted to get you to envision for a moment, we're all grown-ups, and we get to kind of choose the environments that we want to be in. If we don't like an environment, we leave it. We oftentimes can look at things that maybe we don't agree with. We just ignore it. We stay where we're happy. Our children don't have that luxury. Understand? We are serving them up to this nonsense. So you imagine the children are not able to escape this, because this is where they have to go. And they're being held accountable to a set of standards that we don't agree with, and that does nothing but confuse them, give them anxiety, depression, confusion. They don't know what to do. So I just want for you to, excuse me, I just want for you to think about that and the importance of our priorities that deal with protecting our children. And to challenge you all to ask yourselves, are we a God-fearing, kingdom-minded force to be reckoned with, or aren't we? And I think that we are. So I want to just focus on the priorities that happen to be mine. The stop sexualizing Texas kids, banning the gender modification of children, protecting parental rights and authority. And just as a caveat on that part, I'd like to say, don't let them tell you that you're hurting children by expecting reality, because that's their fighting points, right? That's where they want to cut you. Ignore it, because we're fighting for all of the children, even theirs. Definitely abolishing abortion is on my top. And of course, banning the Democrat chairs, I agree. It's not a high priority to me, but I mean, we're not going to get anything done unless that happens. And a couple of others for me were, of course, protecting medical freedom, Convention of States, and that's really my high top priorities. And I'm going to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Debbie Duke, and I'm representing SD 22. And this is my first time serving on a committee. I came here with a couple of things in mind that I wanted to focus on, and it really wasn't the priorities, because you delegates do an excellent job of bringing forward, and you can see how much power you have in the grassroots. We are here representing you. And joining in the fight with you, that we need you to continue when we leave here. We always hear that Texas is number one, that we want to be number one in business, bringing business here. I want Texas to be number one in defending its citizens. And I think that a lot of these priorities answer that vision. Thank you to my Vince, my sub-working chair, for being willing to listen to the only woman on that committee and get to talk about the obscenity exemption and these things that now we've magnified, and I really appreciate that. So, my priorities, I guess, are that we've got to look at the things that will force the change. So it's going to be things like banning the Democratic chairs. And then from there, our vote must count, our parents' rights must count, our kids must count. We have to stop the root of these things, and the obscenity exemption really speaks to that for me. It's the root of the library books, the sex education in school, the drag queen things. It gets down to the root and releases our children from this evil. So that's really important to me. Thank y'all for showing up. I've so enjoyed working with the committee, and I'm hoping to see a lot more of y'all as we go forward. Like, this is just the beginning. So.
I'm Elaine Cook, and I represent SD 23, which is part of Dallas County. First, I want to thank everybody, and I know that several of us have done that. All of us feel that way. But I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel both exhausted and enriched from this experience this week. I have been so blessed to be here. And my priorities are, number one, get rid of Democrat chairman. We cannot get the work done if we don't provide the workers access. So that's number one. And then the rest of them are about God's law. God in Genesis created man and woman. End of conversation. And he gave us the freedom and the responsibility to take care of ourselves and the planet that he gave us. So all of the rest of this stuff falls into that. I believe in Genesis and what it says, and I believe in the Constitution and what it says. Thank you very much. It's been a blessing.
Amen.
Hi, I'm Wendy Doherty, SD 24, which does a big C all the way from Bell County, which is Temple, Belton area, all the way down to Atascosa County, which goes all the way around San Antonio and Austin. So we've got one of those kind of SDs right now. Anyway, but I think that if we don't protect our elections and get that right, which includes closing our primaries, nothing else is going to make a difference. You saw what had happened in 2020, and you see that gentleman that's in the White House, and that is your election. That's why we have border problems as badly as we do. That's why we have energy problems as bad as we do. Elections matter. And if they're not free and fair elections, nothing else will work behind it. I want to thank everybody that has been in this group. I want to thank those that testified. It is amazing how passionate you are about that. And keep coming back, keep working hard. Talk to your representatives, talk to your senators. If they don't know what you want, then they can't do anything about what you want. They can't help you if you don't let them know. Talk to them. Thank you to our chair. I sincerely appreciate all that you've done. I'm going to pass this on. Be brief, be bold, be gone.
Amen.
Let's see if we can make him blush.
That's not hard to do, actually.
Good evening. I'm Casey Sisk from SD 25. Senate District 25 kind of fills in that C from Senate District 24. We have Comal County. All of our counties, everything within Senate District 25 is pretty darn red. And Comal County is where I live and have lived for some years. It's very red until we've been invaded. And invasion is coming in the form of a lot of different things. We're getting a lot of good Republicans from California, yes. And we question them, actually, when they come across our border. But we also have, we're buffered by Bernie County, by Kendall County with Bernie and very red over there. We kind of go a little weak when we get some of our Bexar County into SD 25. Guadalupe County piece that we've got is good. And the Hayes County piece that we got redistricted into is good in red. We don't have San Marcos and all the perversion that's going on over there. We also come up into Blanco County, which is a good thing too. So we're pretty red. We're seeing not the atrocities that Rhonda is seeing down in Uvalde, but we're seeing a lot of it. We have increased crime. We have increased drug cartels coming through our little area. But what I was doing, that's the background where I come from, where I am. What I was doing, I worked hard with the SRCs last session, trying to help get our legislative priorities passed. If you look back at the legislative priorities that we had, the 8 and 9 with Colonel West adding on the executive overreach, if you look at those legislative priorities compared to the ones that we have on this list of 15, you know, you can almost see the evil creeping in over 2 years. You can actually see how almost naive the 2020 priorities were compared to the serious, life-threatening priorities that we have right now on this board. And if we had been able, the 8 priorities that we had and passed to the legislature, tried to get them passed, if we had been able to pass the bills that were introduced out because of those, to take care of those legislative priorities, if we'd been able to pass them, we wouldn't be sitting here looking at that on the board. We would be in a lot better shape. Our children would be in a lot better shape. Our state and our nation would be in a lot better state. That's why my personal number one is getting the Democrat chairs out of the House, period. And if we hadn't had them then, we certainly wouldn't be in this shape that we're in now. Thank you. The second thing that I really and truly feel like is the root of all the problems in Texas, and I asked this question, the same thing, I asked the question of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. We had a panel come to my club as our speakers not long ago. And I asked the panel, what do you think? My personal opinion is banning taxpayer-funded lobbying in the state of Texas will take away all of the root causes of the problems that we have in Texas. Do you agree with that? They said absolutely. So to me, banning taxpayer-funded lobbying
right underneath getting rid of the Democrat chairs in the Republican-controlled legislature. Those two things are going to solve a lot of the things that we have on this, because we'll be able to get our bills passed. We'll be able to take care of these legislative priorities the way we should. And then the children, of course. You know, we've got so many issues now that we did not have even 2 years ago. In Comal County, we had the Pride Month thing. It was appalling last weekend. Never happened before in Comal County. We have Riverside Pride. They actually rented the Comal County Fairgrounds, family operation. And they had their drag queen shows, and they had kids there, and they actually even had a petition or a little thing that you could sign up, parents could sign up for their under 17 children if their under 17 children were having questions that they could answer for them. So they're grooming the kids in Comal County. What the heck are they doing in some place that's not as red as we are? So we've got to take care of that, absolutely. So anyway, that's me and my priorities and why. Thank you, Chairman Macias. Really appreciate working with you again. I've never been on a committee at the state convention before, and I've really, really appreciated everybody that's on this committee. Y'all have been amazing people. Loved meeting every one of you. And thank you all for testifying and pouring out your passion so we can see it. We appreciate that. So
thank you.
I'm blessed to be here, and I thank y'all all.
I'm Rick Briscoe, formerly of SD 25. I didn't move, the legislature moved me. So I can't run out of time to do this. I want to thank each and every one of you for all of the remarks, comments, and explanations you provided. I value each and every one of them and each and every one of you. And I especially want to thank our chairman who graciously and skillfully led us through this.
Okay, folks are running out of time, so please
Yes,
don't mention me again. Thank you.
My clock is running. As many of you know, fighting for the rights of the people to keep and bear arms has been a large part of my life. In fact, it's kept me away from my rifle range a lot. But I won't ask you to make it number one, though Mr. Hunt's number 2 sounded awfully good. But I do ask you to keep it in the top 8, because the legislature needs to be reminded that the work is not done. There's still a lot of things that need to be attended to. Additionally, well, I'll also make this remark. Someone was channeling our Open Carry Texas mantra that gun-free zones are killing zones. They truly are. When you analyze the shootings across the whole country, one of them, for example, in Colorado, the shooter drove past several theaters to get to one that was posted no carrying. That kind of tells you a lot. But I do work for my group as a volunteer legislative director, and I've testified before more committees than I can count. And when we get a bad Democrat chair, it's a dead session. It really is. So that's a very high priority, as is election integrity, because pretty soon if we don't control our elections, nothing else is going to matter. Taxpayer-funded lobbying is an obvious target as well. And there's not a bad issue up on that chart. And I'd like to echo the earlier comment of let's work for all of those in the legislature. And with that, I'll thank you all, and I hope to see you again in 2 years.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janera Lewis, and I thank all of you for being here. It's wonderful seeing you here, and I thank the chair and the board. This is my second time on legislative priorities, and I still have the same top priority, which is election integrity. It doesn't usurp life. I understand that. It's not more important, but it's the path to how we get things done. God told us to not be ruled by the wicked, but we are. It's like the gates of hell have opened and they all poured out. They're burning our crops. They're perverting and slaughtering our children. Burning down our food plants. Anybody notice that? Yep. All of our problems right now are boiling down to we have wicked leaders. We cannot expect the wicked to pass laws and amendments to stop themselves from being wicked and doing wicked things and passing wicked laws. This is why I'm going to mention the Convention of States. Yes. That is in the Constitution. It's not a tinfoil hat thing. It's a provision in the Constitution for what we're going through right now. Also, I want to talk about election integrity. I filed 3 reports in 2020. I worked at Central Ballot Count. I opened those ballots, those mail-in ballots. I'm retired from a paper company, a Fortune 500. I'm an analyst. I know paper. I worked at a paper mill. I saw fake paper. If you saw it on the national news, I saw it on the table. Fake paper, fake ink. Military ballots, we only get 50, 40 where I am. We had, I don't know how many, but they were all done in the same ink, in the same little donuts, in the same shape. There were tons of them, and 95% went for Joe Biden that I could see. We had voters like Mr. No Smoking, Mr. Still Smoking. We had ballots from one street. We had signatures that don't match. Right now, I'm opening ballots in 2022, and the handwriting's the same, where you put your ID numbers. Finally, I got somebody to listen to me. Finally. They sent down state inspectors to come, I thought, look at the mail-in ballots. But what did they do? They sent poll watchers. They're watching the people working at the polls. This is not our problem. Our problem are the mail-in ballots. These are our people. RPT, GOP, why aren't they looking at the mail-in ballots? I said there's one box, precincts 1 through 24. Have a look. It's all in there. I made my report. Just look right there. It's current. It's 2022. These people are on the ballot this year in the general election. They're not looking. So we need to get the right people in office. We need people who care, not people who just talk about caring. So anyway, my number 1 is election integrity. And please, people, please work the polls. Open the ballots and make those reports. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody.
Chase Marbury, SD28 from rural West Texas and Lubbock. Every single one of these is definitely very crucial, very important. I'm going to be as brief as possible. Absolutely, abolish abortion has got to be number 2, only simply because we've got to protect our elections and honestly, even just banning Democrat chairs has got to be number 1. That makes so much sense. My only personal story that I can kind of relate with one of these is ending property tax. Today my attorney is protesting my property taxes on rental properties, and she called me and told me she was going to have to reschedule because the atmosphere at the appraisal district was extremely hostile. They are changing comps the day of the protest because they know that they are not going to win. I'm hiring an attorney to go do this for me. I usually do this every year because I'm a real estate broker. I hired an attorney this year because I knew I would not win, and she had to reschedule because she didn't feel confident that she would have any kind of argument. So I am so ready to fire the entire appraisal district by eliminating the property tax completely. And thank you to everybody that served on this. Thank you, Chair. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Hans Sassenfeld, SD 29, which is mainly El Paso, but a big chunk of West Texas, far West Texas. I got involved in politics. I read the book John Adams by, I think it was David McCulloch, and I was convicted in my heart. The Lord spoke to me through that, seeing what they went through and how Adams would go to multiple churches, you know, on a Sunday to listen to different preachers. And all the stuff that they went through, that he, you know, defended the Boston Massacre people. And I'm like, I didn't know that. And I was convicted to get involved. And I see that now my top priority is Convention of States. And the reason I say that is we need to get these legislative priorities crafted. The language, it goes to the delegates, they select. It then goes to the legislature. But we need people down there to get them across the goal line, okay? And Convention of States is 1,500 delegates here, 200,000 people that signed petitions. I'm not a member of Convention of States, but I know lots of people that are. And these are people that I trust, that I look up to. And they're all around me in my party, and every one of them, every one of the Convention of States people I've met would support every one of those and fight for them, and they'll be in Austin. So we've got to give them what they want. We've got to allow the Convention of States process to continue to rein in the prideful legislators in the federal government. Right after that priority, I agree. We need, I didn't even know about it, but we need to stop Democratic chairs, you know, and we got to stop taxpayer-funded lobbyists. Those three will allow us to make the changes we need, which is every one of those, not just one. And I would say the next would be our rights, you know, abolish abortion, rights on guns. Those are what we need to continue. And I thank you. I've enjoyed serving with all of you. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Dillard, and I'm representing Senate District 30. I have recently been redistricted into 30. I've spent my entire time in Texas in Senate District 12, and so this has been quite different for me. There are so many counties in 30. Well, I think there's 11 counties in 30, but I'm in Denton County, and the main priorities in Denton County had to do with the border, with election integrity, and with the Stop Sexualizing Texas Children. My personal ones, as I was preparing to come this week, and I've always felt like election integrity has to be addressed first. And in election integrity, the first thing needs to be done is close the primaries, then take care of all the situations with the machines and the way that the mail-in ballots and all like that. And then I do think that we definitely, once we win those elections, we don't need any Democratic chairs in a Republican-held House. So that's my grouping in election integrity. And then the border, I agree with everything some of these people from the border area have said. It just really concerns me how we've let it get this far. And then definitely for the children, the gender modification, I've always been against abortion. And I just think that we have got to actually move on some of this stuff. We can't continue to just hope for incrementalism. I mean, I've heard at least three either state legislators or people running for the legislature saying, well, you know, we just have to do some things incrementally. Well, we've been incrementally doing things for almost 20 years because that's how long we've had the House. So anyway, I've enjoyed working on this committee. I haven't always been quite vocal maybe on this committee, but I have enjoyed it, and I thank you all for all the effort and time. And I have learned so much from hearing from the you passionate patriots who've been testifying. So I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
So first I want to say thank you so much to all of you for making this an enjoyable experience. This is my 5th time to serve on a committee, And I will tell you, the 4 times before this were not that fun. Because everything that y'all were worrying about, it happened on those other 4 committees. So I started coming to conventions in 2004. I've been involved in politics for over 25 years, probably about 30 years now. I've done everything in politics that there is to do except for run for office, and I've learned a lot that will make me never do that. So when I look at these legislative priorities that we have chosen up here, I see one thing. I see that we are witnessing the implosion of our society. There is no respect for God, no respect for life, no respect for law, no respect for property. The time is short to save our republic. It's time for bold action. I don't really feel right saying what I believe that the priorities should be, because we're at a convention. We're here for the delegates. The delegates, we had over 400, I think, resolutions sent in, and I don't know how many people that we've had testify here over the last 3 days, but there's been very many. I would like, and on top of that, we had the ballot propositions during the primary that covered a lot of these. I would like for us to look at those numbers of how the delegates rank this. This is just a suggestion of how we present this to them, and let them know this is how delegates all over the state rank these. That's just a suggestion, because like I say, this is for the delegates. This is for all of us. It's humbling to be here, to witness all of this, to hear all of y'all. And like I say, I appreciate all of you so much. Y'all have restored faith in my hope for the future. Because of my job, I get to see a lot of things that other people don't see about what's going on in our country. And just working with y'all has really helped me restore my faith in what's coming.
Thank you to all the members. I appreciate that. I'm just going to do just very short closing comments. I do hope to see all of y'all back here tomorrow, by the way, as we go into our caucuses, and you have the opportunity to join in the permanent committee. But I just want to say thank you to each one of you. I truly do appreciate the opportunity to work with you. In my opening remarks on Monday morning, I talked about how many of these topics were literally, without over-dramatizing, existential. The very existence of our republic that was mentioned. And so I do appreciate the seriousness of everybody on the committee, to all the public testimony and everyone who showed up. I do appreciate you terribly. I talk to folks about the folks who influence public policy often. You have your elected officials, and we have some that helped us out quite a bit this week. You have your thank you, sir. You have your bureaucracy, if you will, that is often called the fourth branch of government. You have your special interests and your lobby that are very influential in public policy. But most importantly, you have the citizens. And I think it's imperative that we don't forget those first lines of we, the people. And so I think it's just imperative as we put our final closure on this priority list as we see it, which, by the way, I appreciate each one of you representing your districts well, that we remember that it's we, the people. So again, I've just enjoyed serving with you for such a time as this. For such a time as this. So with that, we're going to be sending out another link to everyone with the survey, and then everyone gets the opportunity to rank the 15, 1 through 15. Please put a circle in every one of them to rank 1 through 15. We will then calculate those and offer that in our final report.
A note on that, I am attempting to do this a little bit better than the last one. You should be able to see the form itself in the body of the email you receive. It won't work on all email clients. It's going to be a little bit of a crapshoot. Test it. You might be able to see all 15 rankings, and you can fill in the appropriate bubbles, which should be easier than what we went through yesterday. If you aren't able to do that within the email and submit it in the email itself, you're going to have to click the link to open it in your web browser and do it the hard way. My apologies. One note, unlike yesterday, you do have to provide an answer for each priority. So you're going to have to list your 1 through 15. And I understand the concerns of the people who have said to leave it to the delegates. It will be left to the delegates. The delegates will get our full report. The report will reflect how we personally feel about it, and they're going to get to make their own choice. That's per the RPT rules. So this is just to reflect all of the time that we have spent listening to all the people who have provided testimony, all of the deliberation, all of the wordsmithing, and everything that's gone into this to influence how we as the committee members, as reflected by our own Senate districts and the testimony we've received, rank in order, and the delegates will all have the opportunity to make their own choice. And the permanent committee, yes. Yes, sir. Hurry, hurry.
No, you're good. Members, take your time. I know it's not always easy to rank orders. We've heard a lot. Take your time, and don't worry about that. Another question?
So with that, the committee begins their work to rank of the 15 that they have. They've got to rank each one and decide which one is number 1 through number 15. This will enable them to provide the delegates to the convention a ranking level. Now, this is actually what it's going to do is provide the permanent committee their recommendation from the temporary committee. The permanent committee is going to be elected at by the Senate districts, and the representative from SD2 I've been working with him throughout this process and giving him recommendations, and we've been going back and forth on some things, and he is not going to be able to attend tomorrow and the next day or the rest of the convention. He is a pastor and is doing a wedding, and so I have told him that I'd be willing to step in, but I have to be elected by the senatorial district, which I hope to be, and will be hopefully, especially since I have been here every day. I have watched every minute and have broadcast everything, and so I am intimately involved in understanding what is happening here and support all of these legislative priorities. His number 1 is the banning of Democrats to committee chairs. That would be his number 1, and that would be my number 1 as well, because everything else is for naught if Democrats have the right to chair committees in the state house. This is basically how this works is the Democrats will get behind a Republican to elect that person as the Speaker of the House. And the Speaker of the House assigns chairmanships to each committee. So if the Democrats are getting behind a certain individual, that comes with the string that if we're gonna vote for you for Speaker, then you have got to promise us that we will have some chairmanships. Well, of course, we have a majority in the House, and majority Republicans. So how does that work exactly? If we've got a majority, well, then how does that person get elected? Well, it's very simple. All they need is a few other House members, Republicans, to vote for them as well, and with the promise of chairmanship of a committee. You vote for me along with the Democrats. I'll give you whatever chairmanship of whatever committee you want. And it's the political game. The idea is, the legislative priority that I would support, and that is certainly top of mind for many of those on this committee, is let's do away with that. Let's say Republicans cannot do that. We've got to prohibit the appointment of Democrats as chairs to these committees, and so that's essentially what they're doing, and what I hope will be number one on the agenda. So those are the key factors. Now, of the 15, there's obviously going to be other issues. Abolition of abortion. You can't have abolition of abortion until you can get that through committee. Well, it doesn't get through committee if you have a Democrat chair controlling that committee, because the chairs of each committee decide the agendas, and the chairs can just simply keep issues that they do not want to support off of the agenda, which means it goes nowhere. So the other heartening thing, there are two other points that I found to be incredibly heartening. Number one was school choice, and overwhelmingly the committee supports its decision on school choice. We have some speakers coming out who are trying to muddy the water and, I guess, poison the water and try and create the illusion that this is bad for schools. And their only hope is just their solution basically is let's put that money back into the schools. We just need more money, and the problem is money is not the solution to good education. If it were, we'd have excellent schools. We don't. We have failing schools. We're failing our children, and children are not being helped. But they have no other solutions. But let's keep the money in the schools. Money does not. There's no correlation between money and excellence in schools. That's why private schools, they work with far less than any public school has, and the teachers of those schools make far less than a public school teacher, but they exceed and they excel, and they are the standards of excellence are much higher than public schools. Why is that? Well, because the answer is there's no correlation between money and excellence in schools. The fact of the matter is there's just the fact that you either have a good school, good education and teachers today, and public schools are not allowed to teach. They are forced to basically abdicate to standards that really provide very little opportunities for them to be creative and teach. Second thing was Convention of the States. So many of those on the committee not just supported Convention of the States, but were actually advocates for and had worked with Convention of the States for many, many years. And this is, I think, a very telling point for the convention. You have the platform committee attempting to eliminate Convention of the States, and the rules committee is establishing a rule that if the legislative priority committee cannot push forward any legislative priority that is not part of the party platform. So they're trying multiple ways to basically undermine Convention of the States, and so that is, I think this is going to be an interesting fight. as we move forward. So the Convention of the States, obviously an important issue, and we have a lot of people who are supporting it. The committee is in the process of ranking their top 8 or top 15 in order of priority and what they're interested in doing. So these are the things that really, I guess, put the rubber to the road. I'm going to see how much longer they're going to be, because I don't want to hold out and continue broadcasting if this is going to be an interminable amount of time. I want to make sure that this is information that's helpful to you. If worst case scenario, I will stop broadcasting, but I'll come back and let you know if I'm going to stop broadcasting and then post the rankings on the comment section, or what I'll do there. But my sense is I'm going to stick to it, and we'll keep broadcasting until they come up with a solution. So I'll be back in just a few minutes after I have an opportunity to talk with the chair.
Okay, I've sent it again. Look for it from Shelby.H.Williams. It's titled 2022 Temp Committee Rating. Now I'll go ahead and send this down. Yes. I have the old title in the survey. I've now removed the survey. Makes it very difficult. I wish I had brought my laptop. Have y'all received it yet on that side of the room? Yes. No? Okay. Raise your hand if you still do not have it, please. Justin there? Do you have it, Nancy? I'm looking for it. Oh, okay. Once you've submitted your responses, the time's going to be consumed by me, so you're good. Yeah, I don't think so, but let's get clarification from Chairman. No, with the final results, yes, after they're tabulated, but I don't think you need to be here for that. Let's check first. I just sent it again, Janera. And it's the same address I sent it to yesterday. But it's coming from a different email address. Okay, cool. Is there anybody who has not yet received the survey?
Members, as soon as you confirm that you were received, that your survey was received, you'll be done for the evening. Tomorrow, the permanent committee will convene at 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. I'll make sure to send out an email and a text to everybody to let them know about our convening time tomorrow. Yeah. Right. Yes, correct. Why not? Well, you'll go tomorrow. We're going to submit the report. No, we're not announcing it. I'm going to submit the report, and then they'll make it public. Yes. Yes, yes. Members, one other one before some of y'all depart, if you will. Tomorrow, should you end up with members, tomorrow, when you get selected for the permanent committee, you must bring back an affidavit. It should be provided to you at your SD. Because if not, we'll have to fill one out and then get back with that at a later time. So make sure you come to the permanent committee at 2:30 p.m. with your affidavit.
Doherty, same last name. It'll be here.
It's an affidavit to be on the committee. Your SD will give it to you.
Well, so the job of the committee tonight is essentially over. They are not going to announce what they have, how they have ranked these tonight. So I guess we will have to hear that sometime tomorrow. With that, I'm going to go ahead and conclude the show. Thank you so much for being with me and seeing how the sausage is made, if you will, here at the Republican Party convention, because this is obviously the most important sausage that we would have as a party. So blessings to you. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks again for being with me.